Good afternoon. I am Councilmember Zachary Parker, and I'm going to call this oversight hearing for the Council's Committee on Youth Affairs into session. Today's date is January 28th. The time is now 12:32 p.m. Today's oversight hearing is focused on the Child and Family Services Agency, as well as the Office of the Ombudsman for Children. We have 64 public witnesses, but I do want to remind those watching or who may want to testify that the public record will remain open for 2 weeks. So you may be permitted to submit a written testimony to the committee. Today's hearing focuses on the performance and functions of CFSA, as well as the Office of the Ombudsperson, as we continue to work to ensure the well-being of all of our young people, including those within the custody of our child family welfare system. With that, we are going to jump right in for the sake of time. Public witnesses will be provided 2 minutes, namely because there's so many people signed up, we want to be timely, followed by a round of questions for me. And then we will have our public hearing with government witnesses for both the Child and Family Services Agency as well as the Office of the Ombudsperson on February 4th. So today is part one of a two-part oversight hearing. This time of the year is an opportunity for us on the council to delve deeply into the functions of agencies with which we have oversight. And I look forward to hearing the testimony of those signed up to share today. So, with that, I'm going to call a round of people. I'm going to ask that if you can accept the invitation as I call your name, and then we will begin. Trisha Long with DC Kin Care Alliance, Marie Cohen, the Child Welfare Monitor, Leah Castellas with the Children's Law Center, Tammy Warasinga Cote with the Children's Law Center, Dr. Dawn Sherman with the Community of Hope. And if you give me 1 second, I just want to make sure I am seeing everyone. There we go. I am going to call a few more people for the sake of time. Ralph Belk with the National Center for Children and Families. Magdalena Songus with the Council for Court Excellence. Joshua Miller, Open City Advocates. Angela Drawn with the Historic Anacostia at Martha's Table, and Shandell Richards with Horton's Kids. We'll stop right there. You will note there will be a virtual timer shown on the screen. I would ask that you honor that. If you run over, I unfortunately will have to jump in to interrupt. But with that, Trisha Long, you may begin with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. My name is Trisha Long, and I am Director for Policy and Advocacy with DC Kin Care Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up in times of crisis to raise children when the children's parents are unable to do so. I am testifying regarding opportunities for removing barriers to obtaining grandparent caregivers program and close relative caregiver program subsidies. Small changes would help family caregivers provide safe and stable homes for these children without negatively affecting the program's integrity. These barriers come in the form of unnecessary documentation, outdated and confusing information on CFSA's websites, and an opaque application system. My written testimony includes specific suggestions, but I will mention some examples here. With respect to documentation, we recognize and support efforts to accurately determine eligibility. However, requirements should serve a purpose. CFSA's current requirements are more stringent than what the Department of Human Services requires for obtaining TANF. For example, to prove DC residency, CFSA previously accepted one of the following: a district-issued ID, a lease or mortgage, or a utility bill, which was in line with DHS's requirements for TANF. CFSA now requires both an ID and a current lease or mortgage and will not accept a utility bill or a month-to-month lease. As to information on CFSA's websites, they state in many places that the applicant's income must be less than 200% of the federal poverty level, when it is really 300%. With respect to background checks, the web pages say all adults residing in the home must be cleared or an exception made to be eligible for the subsidy. It does not say what cleared means or what an exception might be. As to systems barriers, the STAND portal does not allow the caregiver to see their application or recertification, download it, check on its status, save it in progress, or keep a record of what was submitted. We take screenshots of each page before hitting submit, which most applicants would not be able to do. Lastly, unlike DHS's District Direct system for TANF, STAND does not send electronic notices when a caregiver needs to recertify, causing some clients to miss their recertification dates. In summary, we ask CFSA to revert to less burdensome documentation requirements, correct and clarify program instructions, and updated systems to allow applicants to access their applications and subsidy agreements and receive electronic recertification notices. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Marie Cohen.
All righty. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. My name's Marie Cohen. I live in Ward 6. I've been a policy analyst, a researcher, a foster care social worker, a member of the Child Fatality Research Review Committee and the Citizen Review Panel, and I now write the blogs Child Welfare Monitor and Child Welfare Monitor DC. I'm also a CASA volunteer. I'll focus on 4 points, which will be developed further in my written testimony. First, children are dying in the district after having been reported to CFSA, often many times. Of 13 child deaths that occurred between 2022 and 2025 and were reported to CFA, 86% of the families had been known to CFSA in the previous 5 years. These children should not have died. Second, CFSA is still in a workforce crisis. It reports 48 vacancies in CPS, as well as a shortage of workers in home and out-of-home services. Yet, where was CFSA 2 years ago when the council funded a program at UDC allowing students to obtain a master's in social work free if they spend at least 3 years at a DC government agency? This legislation was justified by the need for mental health workers with the homeless and in schools, and CFSA has never mentioned using it. Third, much of the data needed to assess CFSA's performance is missing or questionable this year. Hotline data show even more reports have been screened out this year, which was already a concern. The data on open and incomplete investigations look frightening but require clarification. The number of substantiated reports went up slightly in 2025, but the number of in-home cases opened and of children subject to a neglect petition dropped. In other words, more need but fewer services. Fourth, I think the Ombudsperson is doing a great job. I would critique only its repeated recommendations for more staff training. OFC found excessive caseloads responsible for many of the errors staff made. Given understaffing, it would be self-defeating to propose more training. Instead, OFC should make recommendations for relieving the understaffing. Perhaps CFSA needs to increase the percentage of staff who carry cases, or at least require non-case carrying workers to carry cases when caseloads go above the recommended levels. In summary, in its focus on prevention and family preservation, CFSA seems to have lost interest in protecting children from abuse and neglect. This failure has been exacerbated by the staffing crisis. Protection of children from abuse and neglect is the reason that child welfare systems exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Next, we have Leah Castellas.
Good morning, Chairperson Parker. My name is Leah Castellas. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. The Office of the Ombudsperson for Children is a valuable resource for DC children and families, as well as the DC Council, and serves a unique position in the district as one of the only 3 legislative offices. While OFC is still in its infancy and has endured a chaotic first few years, we also need and want this office to function at its fullest potential. Therefore, my written testimony focuses on 3 areas for growth opportunities for OFC, as well as discusses opportunities for the DC Council to better leverage the office to support its priorities. I appreciate that OFC has been receptive to our feedback and has identified opportunities for implementation. One example of feedback I will give today is that while OFC has been relentless in overcoming barriers to collect data on crossover and dual jacketed youth, there is more work to be done, like analyzing why there's a significantly higher number of dual jacketed youth in the FY25 report than in previous report. Is this because of better data collection or because there's a significant increase in dual jacketed youth? Lack of analysis can allow people to fill in their own answers and assumptions. While my testimony makes suggestions on better data gathering, I primarily focus on the need for better analysis by the office. OFC is not just another data gathering office. OFC is meant to provide insights to the council to understand the system gaps and what solutions are needed to better support children and families in these systems. I appreciate this committee and other DC Council's office's engagement with OFC. But in order for the office to realize its full potential, it must be seen as a true asset to the DC Council. By leveraging OFC, the council has a direct line and does not need to rely on the executive. My hope is that OFC continues to work with the council to show how it can be an asset to oversight work. In turn, I ask the DC Council continue to integrate OFC into their work, providing them with resources and insight into navigating the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Tammy, you are up next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. My name is Tammy Wirasingakote. I am the Policy Director at Children's Law Center, a resident of Ward 4 and the parent of 3 children here in the district. Children's Law Center believes that every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today about the performance of CFSA over the past year. As you know, CLC attorneys serve as guardians ad litem for approximately half the children involved with CFSA, several hundred children in foster care and protective supervision each year. This past year, CFSA continued to prioritize community partnership and engagement in solving problems and seeking to improve the agency's programs and services. CFSA, along with the rest of the district government, also had to contend with significant challenges, including serious budget constraints resulting in a spending freeze, workforce shortages accompanied by a hiring freeze, and relentless pressure and harmful intrusion from the federal government. As a result, although we have seen some improvements in certain types of placement stability in our cases, overall placement stability for children in care has worsened for the first time in several years. Access to behavioral health services, a long-standing problem for children in care, has seen little to no improvement over the past year. Also, while the agency is taking steps to improve outcomes for older youth in care through its work to increase access to permanency through its work on SOL, Social Security benefits through its efforts to implement the Pocket Act, and federal housing supports, specifically Family Unification Program or FUP vouchers, much more work is needed for these efforts to bear any fruit in terms of meaningful improvements in the lives of older youth. Indeed, we believe the agency must take a significantly more expansive approach to reforming services and programs for older youth to change the trajectory of outcomes for older youth in care. My written testimony, which will be submitted shortly, contains much more detail on each of these topics, and I, of course, welcome any questions the committee may have. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Dr. Dawn Sherman.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members and staff of the Committee on Youth Affairs. I am Dr. Dawn Sherman, Vice President of Community Impact and Evaluation at Community of Hope and a Ward 7 resident. Community of Hope is a federally qualified health center, offers services to families and individuals experiencing homelessness, and operates the Bellevue Family Success Center at our Conway Health and Resource Center in Ward 8, one of 10 family success centers funded by the Office of Thriving Families under Families First DC. We are a proud member of the Families First DC 2.0 network and look forward to continuing the work of our family success centers, providing increased access to services for families in Wards 7 and 8. Through the Family Success Center, Community of Hope connects families with existing community and government resources to address their needs. The top 3 community requests for services we receive are for food resources, housing resources, and employment support. To meet these needs, our on-site family success specialists support DC residents with referrals for rental assistance, TANF SNAP SSI application assistance, job application assistance, and emergency food assistance. We also provide referrals for residents to Community of Hope's medical, dental, emotional wellness, WIC, and homelessness prevention programs. In addition to these direct client supports, we offer a variety of community events and family-focused programming with the guidance of our Community Advisory Council. This past October, in partnership with DC Public Libraries, local authors, and other community partners, the Bellevue FSC hosted its inaugural Book Fest, a combination literacy event and community resource event. During Book Fest, more than 50 readers of all ages participated in author-led readings, a costume contest, and book giveaways. We also provided more than 100 families with groceries and food gift cards during the holidays in partnership with Ward 8 ANC Commissioner Salim Adolfo and the Fund 2 Foundation. We would like to acknowledge the hard work of the Mayor, DC CFSA, and the Office of Thriving Families to create and fund programs that promote family success and well-being, and thank the agency for its continued collaboration and investing in DC's families. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Ralph Belt.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. My name is Ralph Belk, and I'm the Executive Director here at the National Center for Children and Families, a nationally accredited organization with a 110-year history of serving children and families across DC, Maryland, and Virginia. NCCF's partnership with CFSA began in 1998, and for 28 years, NCCF has consistently delivered high-quality care for the district's youth. NCCF enjoys a collaborative and synergistic working relationship with the newly appointed Director Trice and her leadership team, and are aligned on CFSA's strategic vision to ensure there's a system-wide infrastructure, stability, and imperative resources for all children under our mutual care. This public-private partnership is working and should one day be a national model. NCCF is ready to continue its proven model and will continue to produce measurable outcomes by reducing disruptions and creating pathways to permanency, even in complex cases. Please see our attached appendices and our testimony for stories and examples of our family success. One particular area of gratification that we would like to highlight is NCCF's increased permanency and engagement with birth dads, and we're very excited about that. In my testimony, I list out the key components of our model that must continue in order for us to continue to achieve outcomes. In addition to being beneficial to clients or for clients, our variety of services and program enhancements also create great value for our most treasured resources, our NCCF staff and resource parents. As an agency, we are currently exceeding the typical 2-year retention rate for both social workers and line staff. Our retention rate is incredible. 84% of our direct staff have been with us 2 years plus, and 58% of our social workers have remained 2 years plus. We also note that our foster parents are adopting at higher rates, and so our permanency rates have increased. And despite that some of our homes are closing due to adoptions, NCCF has doubled our recruitment rates in 2025, onboarding a whole new pool of parents eager to accept placements. And so as the district continues to face financial challenges, we urge the city and the council to support this model and this crucial partnership that continues to produce outcomes. Thank you again for this opportunity and look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. Smiley. We're moving. Love it. Swiftly. Next, we will have Magdalena Chungus.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker. I'm Magdalena Chungus, the Policy Manager at Council for Court Excellence. My testimony today will focus on the progress made by CFSA and OFC in implementing recommendations from the May 2024 audit, which CCE prepared on behalf of the DC Auditor, which is titled A Broken Web, Improved Interagency Collaboration is Needed for DC's Crossover Youth. And the full Crossover Youth Compliance Audit update and recommendation progress will be released in February. Since the publication of A Broken Web, there have been 2 distinct areas of meaningful progress towards the recommendations. First, the work that OFC has done related to data collection of the crossover youth population. Secondly, the engagement of Georgetown's Center for Youth Justice, CYJ, to develop a crossover youth practice model for the district. At the same time, both CFSA and DYRS seem to have postponed most independent agency-specific efforts to address most of the recommendations until the expected completion of the CYJ initiative in October of 2026. Of these CFSA-related audit recommendations, CFSA reported 2 is implemented, 5 is in progress, and 10 is not started. There were 8 recommendations that either CFSA or DYRS said they wouldn't start until the work with Georgetown was completed. One area of progress to highlight in CFSA's work is flagging a youth's crossover status in the CFSA case management system. CFSA reports it's developed new screens in its case management system that, if fully funded and implemented, would flag all youth's involvement in delinquency systems. But at this time, they report there's no existing functionality in the system to surface or flag these youth automatically or additional funding. OFC, however, also shared one area of progress is their work to collect data on the full population of crossover youth. And they've now received data of all youth known to the Office of Attorney General and are matching those with CFSA cases. We appreciate both CFSA and OFC's engagement in the audit process and ask that your committee continues oversight as the progress is made through implementing a crossover youth practice model in DC. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Joshua Miller.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. Thank you. I'm Research and Advocacy Director at Open City Advocates, and I'm here because for years we have called for independent oversight of youth committed to DYRS through the Office of the Ombudsman for Children. So today we repeat that call. Please expand the Ombudsman for Children's jurisdiction to cover children at DYRS or restore funding for OIJJFO. Here's why oversight matters. Under DYRS care, some youth are warehoused in limbo while the agency figures out placements. Others are sent hundreds of miles away to specialized facilities where family visits are nearly impossible, and where some staff treat DC youth with contempt, including racist language and retaliatory documentation. Even when a case moves smoothly, transition planning is inadequate. Release planning comes late or not at all. Community placement agreements are cookie cutter instead of individualized. If a parent did this, we would call it neglect. Education is also failing. DYRS often can't get youth to school consistently. Sometimes youth go days or weeks without classroom instruction, receiving packets instead. And DYRS frequently fails to plan for re-enrollment when a young person comes home. If a parent did this, we would call it educational neglect. Treatment is failing too. Youth needing behavioral health or substance use services wait weeks or months, and care is often generic. OIJJFO found that 73% of youth with identified substance use histories receive no evidence-based treatment. Suicide risks get missed, and if a parent did this, we would call it medical neglect. DYRS acts in loco parentis. Staff are mandatory reporters. But who do you call when the system itself is the problem? That's why independent oversight is not optional. Please restore OIJJFO or give the Ombudsman for Children full jurisdiction over DYRS committed youth. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Angela Drawn.
Hello, I wanted to stop by quickly just to say thank you for the work that you all have done in funding the Family Success Centers, because they have really made a difference in the lives of our community members, not knowing where to go for things like rent, food, clothing, and those type of necessities matter, especially if a person has been on TANF and now they're no longer on TANF or no longer having SNAP, and they need food suddenly and don't know where to go to. And I saw that during the government shutdown, and I'm at Martha's Table. And as a result of that, we are a food pantry, and we have a lobby market where people can access free food daily. But through our Family Success Center, we've been able to talk to people about being able to do that. And one important thing that I noticed is that food insecurities is not just for folks who don't have jobs. There are people who were laid off, who have had six-figure jobs, and now they found themselves having to have that support, and it was no shame in that. But the Family Success Center was very instrumental in helping people understand maybe you've worked your whole entire life and you don't know where to go to help you with your rent or to help you with your utilities while you're waiting. Let the Family Success Center help you navigate that. And one of the things that I've noticed that a lot of people have needed was that mental and that emotional wellness support during the times of being laid off or thinking that you're going to be laid off or not being able to pay for food. So the Family Success Centers are very, very important. We're seeing people come into these Family Success Centers, not only people with children, but folks who are maybe have nieces that they've had to take care of because of violence that has happened in our community. So the focus on that whole family enrichment is very important, and it starts with strengthening our community and strengthening our families. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you had it right down to the 2 minutes. So thank you for your testimony. And that's going to conclude the testimony for this round. I do have questions for those that testified. Ms. Long, I wanted to start with you. I really appreciated your testimony about removing barriers to participate in certain subsidy programs within CFSA. I want to make sure I'm clear. Are you recommending that we simply bring CFSA's participation requirements in line with DHS, or are you highlighting just the differences between the two programs?
I'm highlighting the differences where we really don't understand why additional requirements were put on. If they are okay for receiving TANF, we don't see why they're not okay for receiving the caregiver subsidies.
And then in your testimony, and I missed this in my notes, you mentioned that caregivers are not able to access certain information in STAND. Can you elaborate?
Yes, once a caregiver completes an application or recertification, there is no way to go back in and see it. It doesn't provide you a copy. You don't know what the status is. You can't prove that you submitted or what you submitted, which is why we help our clients and take screenshots at every single step.
I got
and
it.
it's not clear that they ever receive a copy of their signed subsidy agreement.
I got it. That is helpful. And I also appreciated the note about the discrepancies between the law and the website and how that information may be prohibitive for some individuals. Ms. Cohen, it's always great to see you. What kind of trainings would you recommend that the Office of the Ombudsman incorporate or integrate?
Oh, okay. I was probably talking so fast to get it all in. I was saying they're recommending too much training.
Yeah,
And they're always saying, when I really, really appreciate this office, by the way. I wish I could have had 2 minutes for each of my testimonies, but I think they do a great job. But when I looked at the specific cases they wrote about, and there were a couple where there were a lot of investigative decisions that were against policy, and they wanted employees to be trained on all these different things. And I thought, oh my God, having been an overwhelmed caseworker, I mean, to ask for training at that point just doesn't work. And I think there are quicker ways to do it, whether it's a memo to an all-staff memo or maybe an all-staff meeting. But once you get into training, when there's such a staff crisis, and again, I think because the primary reason for all of those things is probably the staff being overwhelmed. So I would go to the source, and I'm far from an expert, but let the OFC think about, well, what can be done? And I really do. Okay, I'm going to tell you a personal thing that I took out of my draft when I was trying to shave it down to 2 minutes. So I remember when I was a social worker in this system with a private agency, sometimes it felt like I was a case carrying social worker, and sometimes it felt like for every one of me, there were like 6 specialists of various kinds, and their main job seemed to be to ask me to fill out different forms. And I felt like, wow, if those were all social work case carrying workers, we would get so much more done. So I was just gently
got it.
suggesting to the OFC that make that kind of recommendation.
I recently went back to review their annual report, and I did note that many of their recommendations did center on training. And so, what I'm hearing you say, either deepen that assessment or kind of differentiate the recommendations. And thank you for that feedback.
You're welcome.
Ms. Castellas, I wanted to come to you. You talked about crossover youth, and this is an area that the committee is focusing a lot more on. I'm alarmed by the data that suggests such high levels, and yet there's so little information available about these young people and the supports that they're being provided. Um, Can you elaborate in the point you were making about it's fine to gather this data, but what I'm taking you to say is now what? Or what's the there and what's the action point, and how exactly you envision the Office of the Ombudsman kind of taking a lead in that space?
Absolutely, yes. And I think I'll uplift what Magdalena and Joshua said that, there's actually there's been a lot of investment in crossover youth as of late. We have the CYJ work that Georgetown's engaging in. We have OFC. So this has been really great to kind of see that. We have, OAG, do IRS, CFSA are working in partnership, trying to bring in court social services. We have the public defender. So, I mean, I definitely think the investment is there. But the struggle has been so focused on just identifying who the crossover youth are. And now that we've started to identify them, and when I was reviewing the fiscal year 2025 report from the Ombudsperson, it had a lot more of like who these are. They identified a bunch of crossover youth over a course of many years. And they also were able to identify what seems like more crossover youth, or dual jacketed youth, I should say, for this past fiscal year. But then it doesn't really talk about what the experiences they have. And so Children's Law Center represents children who are dual jacketed. We're representing them on the child welfare side, and we know what experiences they're having, but there's so much more to report on, right? So for one example I can think of is what has been the experience, right? So if they were in care and then they had become involved in the criminal legal system, what has that experience been like between the two agencies communicating? When it is, released from the, criminal legal system, what does that look like entering back in the child welfare system? We know those experiences have been very difficult and have needed a lot of teaming across the two agencies and the other folks and stakeholders involved in those cases. And so we want to make sure we're getting into the weeds of that tracking.
That's really helpful. And if you have insights from your organization's work with these young people, please share that with the committee in terms of their experience and the challenges and how we might be able to support them. One thing I would note, we are moving legislation that's going to task DRS with looking at recidivism and looking at it over different benchmarks in time. And one of the categories I'm uniquely interested in is what does that look like for our crossover youth, and how can we preempt supports, knowing some of the challenges that they are likely to have given that they're part of the child welfare system, i.e. trauma. And so again, if you have insights there, that would be really helpful.
Yes, absolutely. We have some in our written testimony and happy to follow up.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Tammy, I wanted to come to you next. Thank you for your testimony about placement stability. I was going to ask if you could elaborate some of the needs or supports you envision CFSA needing to support older youth. And then, as you know, we are moving the SOUL Act, which I believe is going to help with some of these older youth in our system. But are there other recommendations you would have that the committee should take up or look into to kind of add on or supplement that legislation?
Absolutely. So did you want more detail on the placement stability first?
Yes, please.
So CFSA, like many jurisdictions, has struggled with having the right placements for the kids in care so that there is stability, there's consistency. Because as you know, placement changes are very harmful and damaging to kids in care. It just adds to the trauma of being removed from their families. And so over the past I would say 5 to 7 years, CFSA has made increasing investments in diversifying their placement array and making really thoughtful, intentional moves to build capacity in needed areas, which has been for the last 4 years, maybe we've seen increases in placement stability. We've seen those numbers of kids with 3 or more placement changes coming down pretty consistently. So this was the first year in a while that we've seen that number go back up. I think that's something for the committee and the agency to explore together to try and understand what is driving that. But based on what we've experienced in our cases, what we see from the outside, I can say there's been a lot of budget pressure and workforce pressure on the agency, and placement stability is something that takes constant effort and investment. So if you have social workers and placement specialists who are being pulled in lots of different directions, who are understaffed, I could imagine that would have an impact. I know this year, CFSA worked really hard to build the Bridge program, which is a very high intensity, high investment, high resource placement placement opportunity for kids who have high levels of behavioral health needs. The agency put a lot of work into setting up that program, and that program had to unexpectedly shut down due to issues outside of the agency. And so now I know they've been working to put that program back into place, but that just takes a lot of time to get the licensing done, to get the funding in place, get the facility, in place. That just takes a long time. So that placement sort of went offline for a while, and I think that probably hurt placement stability a little bit. So in terms of what I think it would be great for the committee to do is to really try to understand from the agency's perspective what types of resources and supports they need. Placement is just really resource intensive. And so even though on paper it may look like the number of kids in care is, either plateauing or decreasing, we know that the kids who are in care need different kinds of placements. It's not just everyone just needs the same thing and you just need to have enough of that. We need to have a variety of placements with different types of supports for the different types of needs for kids in care. And that's, I think, where we're really struggling to continue to make improvement on that again. I will say that in our own data, so CLC does its own internal case review every year. And in our data, we see that certain types of placement and stability have really improved, have continued to improve. So things like kids who end up staying at hospitals or PRTFs past their discharge date because there isn't a placement available, or kids sleeping at the agency. We've seen those numbers come down this year. So I do think there's a lot of attention and effort being put into trying to address placement stability, but there is, I would suspect, a resource, like a workforce and financial resource issue that's part of this.
The priority of the agency to also expand diversification within DC. How do we get more placements within our jurisdiction? And that is certainly going to be a focus of our oversight hearing. So thank you for that. Dr. Sherman, I wanted to come to you. One, if you could please submit your written testimony. If I don't believe we have it, and so if you could do that, and that's a reminder to everybody. But can you just share some of the work that Community of Hope is doing on the ground with older populations in particular, and if there have been any successes that you all have experienced?
So from our medical services side, we do a lot of outreach for our seniors. In particular, we have a senior dental program where DC residents who have who need dental work are able to come to us based on eligibility guidelines to receive low cost or free dental care. We do a lot of community outreach, reaching out to our senior centers and other organizations in the city to share the word of our senior dental program around the community. Excuse me. And we've done a really good job of bringing seniors in who need that support. From the perspective of the Bellevue Family Success Center, we recognize that there are a lot of seniors in the Bellevue community. And with that, we ensure that we have not only representation in our Community Advisory Council of seniors who live in Bellevue, but also programs that can support our senior residents. So, for example, we have our weekly, actually twice a month yoga that we offer, as well as line dancing, which our seniors really appreciate in the district. In addition to that, in terms of the service navigation and tangible supports that we provide, seniors and other residents are able to come in and receive emergency food assistance if they're having difficulty with housing or utilities, and being able to complete applications for any benefits that they might need to apply as an initial applicant or for renewal.
A quick follow-up question. How are you all, or what is your data tracking systems, and how are you looking at that over time to help follow up, to support folks? One of the things or challenges that I've noted with our family success centers is that they're doing great work, but it's hard to nail down exactly how many unique visits versus routine visits, how many of these individuals are hitting multiple centers across the city. So can you just speak to like data tracking and how you all are keeping a pulse on that?
Thank you. Excellent question. So I do want to kind of acknowledge that with the shift in our second cycle of the Families First DC grant, we have started with a new platform in order to collect data for our Family Success Center and across all of our Family Success Center. This platform was developed by CFSA utilizing the QuickBase platform to be able to collect that individual visit data, looking at new residents receiving supports, the types of supports they're requesting, and if there are any repeat visits and what our residents are coming in to receive support for. The great thing about this platform is that you are able to see if a resident is accessing services across multiple family success centers within the district. So I'm very confident now that we have this new platform that we have a better opportunity to see utilization of services across the entire Families First DC network. There have been some challenges in the past in being able to look at this data across centers, but I'm glad that we have this new system in place to be able to look at it from a district-wide lens and collect better data to demonstrate our impacts.
Awesome, thank you. And Ms. Drawn, I'm going to come to you next. Others, I'm going to still come to you, but since we're on this topic, I'll ask a similar question. How are you all looking at data, tracking it, working to improve it over time? And then I would ask, how can CFSA better support our family success centers?
I love both of those questions. Thank you for asking. Well, of course, we track data through our quick system, through the historic Anacostia Family Success Center, but through our partnerships and our collaborations with other folks, like we're at the Anacostia Coordinating Council, and we also have access to a system called, I think it's CareLink. And so what we're discovering with this CareLink thing, you can do a self-assessment intake with folks so you can see if they're coming in crisis, if you're seeing if they're building stability, if they are safe. So the talk is, how do we get the information that we are sending in our QuickBase, but also be able to get a realistic understanding of where people are in terms of their self-sufficiency. So if we want them to thrive, if you are in crisis and you can't move beyond that first level of the Maslow hierarchy of need, you're going to find yourself in that circle of keep going, coming back and forth because you haven't been able to build stability. And I think that's what the challenge is. So to segue into the second question is, if someone is coming to us and they're coming to us, say, for emergency rent, and again, that's not safe. You're not safe. You came to us in crisis, even though we're not a crisis organization, and we navigate you to ERAP, and then ERAP is closed, then you're coming back to us asking us, where do I go next? And there's no real funding. So my encouragement is to have that collaborations between all services and to get a real understanding and maybe even a schedule of when we can realistically start to tell people where they can go, and so we're setting expectations before we send them there. But there's nothing more frustrating to come to a family success center or any nonprofit or any district organization thinking that you're going to get help, and then you're told you can't get help again until, say, October, and if it's February. So that doesn't take you out of being in a situation where you could be evicted, or quickly a situation like the storm. Prior to the storm, a lot of people were calling me, asking me, what are we going to do for folks who don't have electricity? So these are real issues. It's not that we're not connecting people to, say, LIHEAP, is that when we do get to connect them, there's no funding. So I think it's one of those, the services are very necessary, and we can show you the data of what we are pulling in terms of what people are coming to. But the real answer is, the real question is, are they actually building stability enough to have to not keep coming back in this circle again? It's almost like they're on a wheel. And if there's no money and we can't even piece the money together, like I'll send you here, you get maybe $100 from here. When we're talking about a $5,000 utility bill, there's not much people can do, but that's also tied to education. It's also tied to financial literacy. It's also
Yes.
the behavior. So it's what comes first, the chicken or the egg. It's like one of these things.
That is so helpful. And I have a quick follow-up question, actually, too, I think.
Okay.
What are some other instances where you're finding you are ill-equipped to support neighbors that are coming into the Family Success Center? So I think the picture you paint around rental assistance is very clear and illuminates a gap. I don't know if we have the immediate answer, but immediately what came to mind is perhaps we need to connect ERAP services with the Family Success Centers in a way that they are currently separate, where essentially you're sending folk to another system versus your systems kind of speaking to each other. But are there other instances where you feel you're ill-equipped to support? And then the second follow-up question, and Dr. Sherman, feel free to jump in here as well. Um, are you all able to provide like case management support to families, or are you more so just kind of shuttling resources or trying to connect people to programs? Because I'm sensitive to this point you raised, Ms. Drawn, where it's like and I'm sorry for the analogy, the hamster wheel, where people are just going from crisis to crisis, and every month they're probably coming to your door for assistance because they're really not receiving the prolonged coaching and support and help that they need.
And to your point, yeah, we are the soft touch. We can get you connected, but the collaboratives are supposed to be the ones that's doing case management. But I can honestly tell you, it's probably a situation where the need is greater than the supply, because there are so many people when they come to our doors. Like I said, you're not just coming for electricity. You have a bigger crisis. Your crisis is you got laid off. You understand what I'm saying? And so now you got to figure out, how am I going to pay anything? So we just have to figure out a way that even with case management, how to make sure that our community members are able to thrive, because that is really a challenge. And there are other things like utilities and a situation where even domestic violence, or if you do want to go somewhere and get shelter, you have to have a DC residence. And if you do not have your basic identification, you're not getting services. So you can live in the district, but if you don't have, the things that they need you to have, you're not going to get services for those things. So.
Okay, and Dr. Sherman, then I'm going to move on.
Thank you, Chairman Parker. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on Angela's statement on case management versus care coordination. We are intended to provide care coordination support. Like she said, light touch, connecting to resources, and then if they do need further case management, referring them to the collaboratives. That being said, we build such a community around the residents that we serve that even if we refer them to case management, and given the prevalence and pervasiveness of their needs, they still come back to us. They still come back to us needing those supports that they're unable to get, or they still need help. We welcome that. We don't turn them away. So we do have a lot of residents who still come back to us to participate in programs, to get their needs addressed. Of course, our goal is to build resiliency in our families and our parents and our neighbors within Bellevue. But we know with everything that's happening right now and all of the challenges that our residents are facing, we're not surprised when they come back to us and see us as a trusted partner to continue to support them.
Yep, I agree.
Super helpful. Super. Just to be meta before I move on, I'm struck that we have so many of these programs and you all are doing valiant work in our community, and I thank you for that. But wouldn't it be great if we just did a better job of meeting people's basic needs versus having collaboratives over here doing this and family success centers over there doing that and DHS over there doing this and this program funding? Like, there's such an antipathy to helping people sometimes that I'm just struck that when you divvy out the resources that we have over so many agencies, programs, offices, we are only moving the needle a fraction of what we could be doing if we actually work together in a more comprehensive way as a government. All right, I'm off my soapbox. Thank you all for your testimony. I wanted to move on. I've lost my place. Mr. Belt, you mentioned the work that your organization is doing with birth dads. If you can elaborate on that, and can you speak to the ratio of placement in the district versus outside of the district to give us a sense of the ratio that you have as we're working with the organization to do more placements in DC?
Okay, so I'll start with the latter question. We were contracted under the temporary safe haven model 8 years ago to be the district's primary provider for young people placed in Maryland, and so 100% of our kids that we have in foster home beds are placed in Maryland. Before the agency went to the temporary safe haven model, we did have foster parents and foster homes in DC and had kids placed in DC. But when this model came into place, those kids now became serviced and case managed by CFSA. And we were tasked with recruiting foster homes in the surrounding counties for youth who either could not achieve permanency or couldn't identify a family in DC, or there was a foster home available in DC. We then were tasked to ensure placement for kids in outside of the district. As it relates to our work with dads, again, yeah, we're very excited that we this past year have achieved increased permanency with more fathers. That has been the result, I think, of the model. The model including not just the work of the social worker, the case carrying social worker, but includes the supports that support the social worker, and in particular, our birth parent engagement team. And our birth parent engagement team has really focused on dads. We have a fatherhood program, and so our dads convene together and get support from one another. But our team has been trained to also consider and make sure that that is included in the planning of the young person. And so we've been more intentional over the last few years in making sure that we know who the dad is, and get him involved in planning, and now in many cases in choosing to involved in permanency. So I think it's the model. It's moving beyond just having the social worker do everything, because we're also seeing that we've been able to achieve greater outcomes with having supports around the social worker. The social worker can't alone drive the cases. Our cases have become too intense. And so our birth parents, our consent workers, our educational specialists, all our in-home mental health specialists are pieces of the model that we're seeing now outcomes, and to include our engagement of dads.
Awesome. Thank you. And I know in your testimony over the years, you weighed in on the foster rate and how that
Oh, yes.
how that hasn't changed. I know there's been testimony in terms of the grandparent close relative subsidy, but I just want you to know that is something too that is on our radar. It's a matter of resources, but I did just want to acknowledge that I am noting that testimony over the years from you.
Oh,
So
thank you, Council Chair, because yeah, it hasn't changed now. I think we're going on 9 years that the rate has been the same. And I know the response often from the department is that we still have one of the highest rates in the country. But the fact of the matter is, looking at the jurisdiction where we are in the region, and the increase in caring for children has dramatically increased, yet this rate has stayed the same for 8 to 9 years. And so thank you for looking at that.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Ms. Chongus, I wanted to come to you in your conversation about crossover youth. As I mentioned, this is focus for our committee and something we actually just had a lengthy conversation with the Ombudsperson about this week. And the broken web report that you alluded to, one thing you noted that caught my attention is that DRS and CFSA uh, has not been making progress and that they're delaying said progress or said work, additional work until the rest of the report is coming out. But I wanted to come here. It's my understanding that there are multiple different definitions across agencies related to crossover youth. We've run into this issue with any number of terms, including recidivism. Everybody defines things very differently. What are some of the barriers or issues that have come about in your experience, given how different agencies or teams define crossover youth and or how they're not working together to support these young people?
Yeah, I think one of our first recommendations in that report was that CFSA, DYRS, and other youth serving agencies adopt and utilize a shared definition of crossover youth as the definition that's in DC code. And both CFSA and DYRS said they do intend going forward to use that definition. But I think, as far as collaborating around supporting crossover youth without intentionally collecting data about these young people, I think that's difficult to do. And I think something else we raised in our testimony is that there is a lot of focus in the collaboration between CFSA and DYRS and in this work that Georgetown is implementing only on dual jacketed youth. So youth who are at the same time involved both in DYRS and CFSA, but that does miss young people who might have previously been involved in CFSA prior to their DYRS involvement. And that really, if our goal is to figure out why kids cross over and prevent that we should be looking at the entire population of young people who have crossed over, so we can target resources prior to them crossing over. So I think that's something so go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I think there's a little bit of a delay. You mentioned that there is a challenge in data tracking crossover youth. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so one of the issues that one of the recommendations is that kids who are crossover be flagged in CFSA's data systems and in DYRS's case management systems. And as I shared, CFSA said they're working to develop in their system the ability to flag, but right now there's not additional funding to implement that flag in their system. And similarly, DYRS reported that they're going to wait until this implementation of the project with Georgetown is complete, so that they don't currently have that in their system as well.
That strikes me as odd that funding would be a barrier for them to note which of our young people have experiences across these agencies. So we certainly will follow up there. And something I'm really sensitive to is how do we front load resources? I remember the CJCC report from years ago that identified the factors that are more likely to lead a young person to end up in DRS. And in no particular order, it included trauma, it included truancy, and I think it included poverty as some of the top line factors that correlated with young people that had these experiences. And so the question I then have is, well, then how are we front loading mental health support, training, coaching, therapy, et cetera, for these young people in the care of CFSA, since we know that that is a leading factor for them to go down the wrong path? Did anything you would weigh in there or have the committee think about as we work with CFSA on this front?
Yeah, and I think, part of that is having that collaboration between agencies about how they are each supporting these kids. And I'm looking through our recommendations because there was also one around training for staff to ensure that they have the necessary resources to support these young people. But I think too, something that we recommended is that in interagency conversations, that it includes parents and young people who have previously been crossover youth to have an understanding of what supports would have been helpful for them or were helpful for them. And I think that's something that we still haven't seen a lot of success on, is like not just communicating as between agencies, but how are they engaging parents and youth as well in these conversations?
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm going to move on for the second time. Joshua Miller, it is good to see you again. I hear you loud and clear. I hear you loud and clear. Bring back the OIJJFO, or the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facility Oversight. Say that fast 3 times. Let me ask this. What unique function do you think that office plays um, in terms of ongoing oversight? I have my own perspective, but I'm eager to hear yours, that can't be replicated given the functions of council. Um, and then I wanted to talk about transition planning. So you may remember in last year's budget, we secured funding for DRS to stand up this new transition for young people leaving the detention, going back into society so that they can thrive. And there's a RFP out now, I believe. And so what are some key elements of that transition planning that you think we should be pushing DRS to focus on to ensure that this is successful?
Okay, I mean, I really want to, these are both really fantastic questions. Let me start with the first one. So the idea that OIJJFO, as it was originally constituted to enforce JRM, is what we most need, I think is a little bit, that there's a little bit of slippage here, because DRS was already backsliding on its JRM obligations under OIJJFO, and they weren't able to enforce it. What we saw last year was the auditor taking over the functions of the office and giving the team a little bit more sort of leeway to investigate. And so their behavioral health report about the programming at New Beginnings was not just a backward looking, like, here are some things we lost a lawsuit on 40 years ago, but some forward looking and some present day looks that sort of said, let's just look generically at how things are going, and discovered, come to find out, that things are going extremely poorly. That the behavioral modification program at DRS is basically non-functional, that staff themselves see themselves as the sort of secure detention sort of arm of DRS, and that they do not have a rehabilitative function. And that's evidenced sort of throughout the pipeline, and I hope we get to talk about that in depth on Monday, when we have that performance oversight hearing. But the key here is that that kind of oversight, where you sort of take a long view, could be done by the auditor, could be done by your office, could be done by, like a contractor of some sort. But what we most need is incident investigation. And that's something that OIJJFO was charged with, and that OFC can also accomplish. And right now, the only agencies that can do this are, like if OAG sees something truly egregious, like the sexual abuse cases we've seen, or internal investigators, the OII, the Office of Internal Investigations, where we know that there's no firewall between those investigators and the rest of the SYDRs and YDRs. And so if we have clients who will come to us with a concern, and we'll say, look, we'd be happy to bring that forward, but we will only do that if you give us permission, because we represent you. And so we have to then inform them about what the retaliation possibilities are. Usually they already know. They come to us with fear about those retaliation possibilities, and knowing already that the sort of OII investigators will blab the details of a complaint to the people involved, right? So as a result of that, if something goes wrong, there's really no good way of resolving that inside the agency. And now there's no one on the outside of the agency who can get a look in and do something about it. So like that is the primary thing that I am trying to salvage here, even though like the policy wonk in me thinks that the sort of white paper reports that OIJJFO was doing and continues to do, the fire safety report, the psychotropic medications report, and this New Beginnings report were spectacular, and we need more of them, and they're really powerful. What I'm really focused on now is that incident and complaint and grievance investigation by somebody who is not going to immediately go tell the person who controls your life and liberty about, the fact that you're snitching, which is what happens.
Understood. And I don't like that term snitching, so we're going to use a different term.
I don't like it, but that's what they will say.
But that they're
go ahead.
doing their job or honoring their responsibility to report conditions that are counter to the well-being of our young people. So, I don't see that as snitching. I see it, DRS employees are mandatory reporters in a way. And I thank them for that. Two things I would just note. I think it's worth noting, there was a lot of behind the scenes work with the auditor. The auditor did not want this function. The auditor did not want this office. The auditor did not want another thing added to their mission and scope. And so while I'm with you, because I do think there is an important role for the OIJJFO to play, the question, if it did not exist in the auditor's office, where then does it exist? And for some that may not be caught up on this conversation, what ended up happening year to year is the mayor kept cutting this office. We would then have to go back and find the funding. Some would argue the mayor kept cutting this office because this office was conducting rigorous oversight of an agency and kind of waving a red flag to say, hey, look over here, there's trouble at DRS. Nonetheless, I want to keep going. Recidivism and transition planning. I want to get to the transition out of care, but last thing I would just flag is you noted that employees see themselves more as anchors of detention versus focus on rehabilitation. That is super clear to me, and I would argue the functions of DRS largely operate as a facility of detention, not really focus on rehabilitating. And if you have any recommendations for where we could either probe or focus to just deepen our impact on rehabilitation for our young people.
So I just want to be clear, that language came directly from the auditor's report on New Beginnings, right? So it's the New Beginnings staff who told the auditor, who told Mark Jordan and Mia that they don't feel like they're in the treatment business, they feel like they're in the secure detention business. The auditor then recommended that they receive training and that this entire model be sort of rethought because it's designed as a behavioral modification program. It's not a PRTF, it's not a medical facility. It's just designed to intervene with young people to get them back on track. But because it's so far away from that, it's failing in that, small things like YDRs need more trauma-informed care training or something like that, which I would recommend, are unlikely to do the job, right? The entire place needs a different mission. It needs leadership that focuses on treatment and not just attention. And I think that's a bigger ask, but there are lots of little things we can do along the way, like building in functional family therapy, like working more closely with families, and honestly, by treating a lot more young people in the community. And I'll save the rest of this for Monday.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I've jumped around a little bit. Did I get to everybody? I think I got to everybody. Awesome. Well, I want to say thank you all for your testimony. I am personally taking notes. My team is taking notes. So we will follow up on many of these lines of questions with the agency, as well as the oversight that the public doesn't always get to see that's happening behind the scenes. So thank you for your testimony, and we're going to move to our next panel of witnesses. I believe we have a few no-shows or people that have had to cancel because of transitioning to virtual. So I believe next we have Aqua Dankwa with the Foster and Adoptive Parent Advocacy Center, Angel Brand with Mothers Outreach Network, Dahlia Allen with the Mothers Outreach Network, Yasmin Holmes with the Mothers Outreach Network, Sharon Harris, Tamara Brooks, both with the Mothers Outreach Network, Tisha Cole, Community Family Life Services, Patricia Sullivan, Collaborative Solutions for Communities. We have actually a long list here, but I'll call some. Lolita Griffin, Genesis Montoya, Devonna First. I'll stop there. And they were all with the Collaborative Solutions for Communities. With that, Aqua, you may begin and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Good afternoon. Sorry, my child is also here. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. My name is Aquia Danquah, a mother and parent advocate with Mothers Outreach Network. Most CFSA cases don't start in a courtroom. They start with a knock at the door. In that moment, parents are terrified, confused, and unaware of their rights. We aren't talking about a lack of love. We are talking about a lack of information. Right now, CFSA's system is sitting on my stuff. I'm sorry. It's structured for investigation, not collaboration. Without legal guidance at the start, simple misunderstandings turn into traumatic removals. We know from other cities that when parents have a lawyer before a child is taken, the results are better, cases are shorter, and families are more stable with fewer children entering foster care. Early counsel isn't just a legal right, it is a performance tool that saves the city money and children from unnecessary trauma. We are asking the council to make DC a leader in family preservation by establishing a statutory right to counsel during the investigation phase, shifting resources toward early legal guidance and prevention, and holding CFSA accountable to its mission of keeping families safely together. No budget line can track the cost of a broken bond, but we can prevent it from breaking in the first place. Thank you for your time, your commitment to DC families, and the opportunity to be here today.
I can totally hear you and understand multitasking. I also just wanted to flag the Committee on Youth Affairs just moved out of committee a bill that would partly do what you're advocating for, inform moms and families of their rights and legal resources at the initiation of an investigation by CFSA. We stopped short of giving legal counsel at the initiation, but I again wanted to note that and thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Angel Brand.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. And no one on this panel has their camera on. That's totally fine. I empower you to stay off camera, but I feel like nobody wants to. Okay, there you go. Now I can see you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. My name is Angel Brand, and I am a Moms Empower advocate with Mothers Outreach Network. I live in Ward 7, and I'm a proud mother of 9. Today, I'm testifying about how the agency conducts investigations because this issue affects families like mine and many others in our community. I'm testifying today because I believe the empowering parent legislation you introduced last year will improve the current system for families involved in child welfare investigations by reinforcing parental rights and potentially clarify the investigative process. But I also believe you should add this to your bill to make it better. If lawyers are available to parents during the time of an investigation, it would be easier for parents to fight for their rights and their children. This is an urgent issue because families are being torn apart. Based on my experiences, I recommend that the council require the Child and Family Services Agency to inform caretakers of their legal rights, including access to free legal services that will help them with the investigation and counsel at the start of the investigation. Mother Outreach Network helps with the actual investigation and some of the issues that get you involved with CFSA, like housing conditions. I also agree with the part of the legislation and recommend that the council direct CFSA to notify caretakers about the office of a buzz person for children as a resource for complaints. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we will have Dahlia Allen.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Dalia, and I'm here with the Mother Outreach Network, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here today not only as a parent, but as a voice for many families who have experienced the child welfare system and walked away with more questions than answers. I would like to address several concerns regarding CFSA and how investigations are initiated and communicated to parents. First, many parents struggle to understand why they are placed under an investigation when no crime has been committed and no arrest has occurred. The word investigation carries a heavy weight. It immediately creates fear, anxiety, and the feeling of being accused. For parents who love and care for their children, this language alone can be traumatizing. We ask, why must the process begin from a place that assumes wrongdoing rather than concern? Second, parents are often not advised of their right to seek legal counsel when an investigation begins. If CFSA considers the situation serious enough to open a case, then parents should be clearly informed, both verbally and in writing, of their rights and options, including the right to legal representation. Transparency is not just fair, it is essential to trust. Third, communication is a major issue. Parents frequently receive phone calls when a case is opened or closed instead of official written documentation. Written communication provides clarity, accountability, and protection for both the agency and the family. When everything is handled by phone, parents are left uncertain, confused, and vulnerable to misinterpretation. Many parents enter this process believing CFSA is there to help and support them, and that is what the agency represents. However, the lived experience for many families is very difficult. Instead of feeling supported, parents often feel judged, scrutinized, and pressured to present themselves as perfect in order to keep their children in their homes. The reality is this: every CFS case is not the same and should not be treated the same. Parenting does not look identical in every household. Financial hardship does not equal neglect. Struggle does not equal unfitness. We are human beings raising children in a world that is already challenging. Perhaps it is time to reconsider the language and approach used in the cases. Why not begin with an observation or assessment rather than an investigation, especially when there is no immediate danger to a child? Words matter, process matter, and dignity matters. Dignity matters. Parents should not have to live in fear to receive help. A system designed to protect children must also respect and support families. Trust is built through transparency, fairness, and compassion, and that is what we are asking for today. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Apologies for mispronouncing your name as well. Next, Yasmin Holmes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Yasmin A. Holmes, and I'm a mother empire advocacy with Mothers Outreach Network. I live in Ward 8, and I'm a proud mother of 5 boys ages 6 and under. Today, I'm testifying about the need for parents to have access to a lawyer at the very beginning of any child abuse or neglect investigation because the issue affects family like mine and many others in our community. I want to share my experience with the child abuse investigation. When my family was first investigated, I found that I didn't understand my rights, the process, or what I was allowed to say or do. The impact me and my family by causing fear, confusion, and added stress during already overwhelming time. That is why I believe early legal representation for parents is important. I am testifying today because families deserve protection, clarity, and fairness from the very start of the investigation. If a lawyer has been available, it would have helped me understand my rights, prevented misunderstandings, and made the process less traumatic. This issue is urgent because parents are often targeted, afraid, or unsure how to navigate investigation, and their child well-being depends on parents supportive and not blindsided. Based on my experience, I recommend that the council ensure parents have guaranteed access to legal counsel immediately at the start of any child abuse or neglect investigation. This will help families like mine protect our rights, reduce unnecessary removals, and making the system more fair and human. Thank you, Councilman, for the opportunity to testify and commit support to families in the district. And also, Councilman Parker, I do want to add really quick that a lot of people base the success rate of closing out a CFSA case more than they do people who haven't had a successful closing of a CFSA case. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Sharon Harris.
Hi, Councilmember Parker. This is Sharon Harris. I actually wanted to say that I am pretty much done my testimony on the advances that needs to be set for CFSA. My child had a case without my knowledge. My child had a case of neglect, abuse, and infinite harm. What's happening now is my child is 18 and he is in college. But I have not been, my case took 13 years, so I have not been even able to understand what's happened. My case was in a whole other state. It started in DC and went from DC to North Carolina because my child was kidnapped. I had a parental kidnapping case going on with District of Columbia, but he lived in North Carolina. He ended up going to a hospice for mental health for foster care because he was that sick and he felt that unwanted. I had a lawyer, I had everything. I am not one of them parents that didn't have financial stability. I do. The issue that I'm having is I had a lawyer, financial stability and everything. But because of the look that I had at the time of the case, because of the way that I was treated at the time of the case, because it was not transparency at the time of the case, I almost gave my son up to a family member that took almost $100,000 out of my account and has not yet repaid me back. My child, Gastonia gave my child increments of money. The family member has sold that increments of money. They say that you should always keep your child in your family, but that is not what they are doing now. They're trying to close these cases so fast that it's harming the mental health of the child, the biological parents. And it's like it comes to be seen that what can you do if you're financially stable? You have the money, you get the money taken, you end up in a one bedroom, a one room, just an efficiency, or not even efficiency, a room at the dynamic of a case because your family member wants to take all of your money and your child's money. They keep trying to give the money away and give the child the space to be free, but they don't tell you that if you have I want to say a dispute or something in that manner, it can change your life. It took me 13 years to even get my child back in my home. He's now in college. I have to worry about his mental health, my mental health, everything. I don't know what has happened here, but having a lawyer, yes, that is an essential thing. But if your lawyer doesn't answer the calls, what if your lawyer, yes?
Sorry, Ms. Harris, you're way over time, but I appreciate you sharing such a heartfelt testimony, and we will be sure to follow up on the details of what you've shared.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Tamara Brooks.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. I think you can be over-prepared and under-prepared at the same time. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
wonderful. So good afternoon and hello, Councilmember Parker. I want to say thank you again for allowing me to be here today to testify. It is an honor to come before you once again to advocate on parent programs through CFSA. Again, my name is Tamara Brooks. I serve as a parenting program manager and parenting educator under Community Family Life Services. I'm here today representing CFSA and the CBCAP network. Most importantly, servicing women, children, and families in the District of Columbia. I'm honored for the opportunity to testify today. With support of CFSA, CFLS has continued to deliver quality group and individual nurturing parenting education, including home visitation services throughout the district. Last year we were able to service up to 82 families in the District of Columbia through the CBCAP network. Our work extends beyond traditional services settings and includes outreach in women through the district, through DC Correctional Services, Fairview Housing, CFSA, as well as partnerships, as well as many strong partnerships in the community-based organization, such as Horton's Kids, Community of Hope, Murray Center, My Sister's Place, House of Ruth, and recently Rocketship Charter Schools. Our nurturing parenting guideline combines with home visitation allows us to provide family-centered services that allow caregivers to build strong and healthy family systems within their homes, increasing parents' knowledge and understanding of child development as well as developmental milestones, bringing awareness to potential health concerns, learning challenges, as well as developmental delays at an early stage. I know my time is up. I do want to reiterate, most importantly, that parent education and some of these family strengthening programs, these community-based programs, we see them as preventative care, early prevention, risk management, education and awareness, and as well as supporting, giving strong support in family community, in our community. I do apologize. I got some bad news right before this phone call, so I'm a little sketchy all over the place, but it's an honor to be here. I thank you always for your genuine just knowledge of the program, asking questions, engaging. The most important thing that I heard today during these testimonies is that parents need support. And that's what some of these programs through CFSA are. The workers were committed to supporting these programs and supporting our community. I thank you for having me here.
And no need to apologize. Next, we'll have Tisha Cole. Or is it Tisha Cole?
You had it right the first time.
Tisha Cole, yes.
Yes.
Okay, got it. You may go.
Yes, thank you. I'm with Collaborative Solutions for Communities. Wait, my thing is going in and out. Good afternoon. I'm with Collaborative Solutions for Communities, a community-based partner within the Healthy Families Thriving Communities Collaborative Network. I want to speak about how the collaborative supports CFSA's prevention and family stabilization efforts and what long-term partnership and early intervention has achieved. For 30 years, the Healthy Families Thriving Communities Collaborative Network has served as a community-based prevention model designed to keep families together and reduce the need for foster care placement. This partnership allows CFSA to intervene before family challenges escalate by working through trusted organizations embedded in neighborhoods across the city. The outcomes of this approach are clear. In 1996, DC had approximately 2,200 children in foster care, and in 2024, that number was closer to 500. While no single program is responsible, the collaboratives have been a consistent part of CFSA's prevention strategy, helping families stabilize earlier, access supports, and remain safely together. At CSC, we support this work by meeting families where they are. We engage parents before crises occur and provide education on parenting, support with school engagement, truancy prevention, connections to critical resources. We also address root causes such as economic instability, trauma, and educational barriers through academic enrichment, social emotional learning, support groups, trauma-informed workshops, job readiness support, and financial education. Through this partnership, families served through CFSA are not only connected to immediate supports, but also to longer-term opportunities that strengthen stability and resilience. Youth have access to enrichment and positive alternatives, and parents gain the skills and confidence needed to support their children. This model works because it is community-based, prevention-focused, and aligned with CFSA goals. We are not waiting for crises, we are helping prevent them. We appreciate the continued partnership with CFSA and encourage ongoing support for community-based prevention models that improve outcomes for children and families across the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Patricia Sullivan.
Greetings, council member and members of the committee. My name is Patricia Sullivan. I'm testifying on behalf of Child and Family Services, CFSA. My position currently is a program monitor evaluator at Collaborative Solutions for Communities, known as CSC. I've been employed with CSC for 26 years. In my time here, I have had the opportunity to work in different roles, all in which the priority of the clients and children have driven the organization to do more with the families in the community. As an organization, we work closely with Child and Family Services Agency to support the safety and well-being of children. CSC has supported families in Wards 1, 2, and 3 in reducing risk factors so they can stay united and children can remain in the comforts of their home. CSCs work collaboratively with families to promote change and safety by strengthening the communications between community resources and community members. Families receiving our services work diligently towards obtaining goals that support stability and self-sufficiency. Through program participation, families increase access to essential resources and support, such as housing, employment, education, and healthcare linkages, with coaching with budgeting, parenting skills, and self-advocacy skills. With guidance and access to supportive services, we have supported families to secure stable housing. Some have increased their household income and strengthened essential life skills. Parents have reported feeling more confident in navigating community resources and advocating for their children's needs. These successes highlights how targeted supports can create lasting positive changes and help families create a healthier environment for their children and families. Thank you. Please continue to support the work of the collaboratives, and thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Lolita Griffin.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Parker. My name is Lolita Griffin, and I am a Senior Program Manager at Collaborative Solutions for Community. My journey with CSC did not begin as a staff member. It began as a client. In 2009, I lost my son to gun violence. The loss pulled me into a very dark place. I enrolled into the CSC parenting class while carrying overwhelming grief, unsure how to move forward. During that time, my case manager saw something in me that I did not see in myself, which was strength, purpose, and the ability to help others heal. Through that support and resources I received, I felt encouraged to support other mothers in the community who had also lost a child to a senseless crime. In their pain, I saw my own. Together, we created a safe space to grieve. A space became Crossing the Lines Family Support Group, a place where grief did not silence us and healing could begin. In 2012, I received a call that changed my life. CSC offered me a position as a family preservation specialist. I went from being supported by CSC to serving families myself through training and trauma-informed care and family-centered practices. I learned what it means to truly walk alongside families. Over the years, CSC continued to invest in me, and I continue to grow, working with families experiencing truancy, incarceration, housing, instability, and other complex challenges. In 2012, I came full circle when I became the program manager of the same truancy program where my career began. CSC's mission is to build strong, sustainable families. I am living proof of that mission. Today, I ask the council to continue investing in supporting the work of the collaborative. Your partnership makes it possible for each family before crisis to keep them together and to turn moments of loss into pathways of healing and leadership. Thank you for your time and your commitment to DC families.
Thank you for your testimony, inspiring testimony. Genesis Montoya is next. Oh, I'm told she is not here. So we're going to go to Devana first. And Devana, I see you. If you come off mute, you can give your
Yes,
talk.
I'm here. I'm sorry, I was struggling for a second.
No worries. No worries.
How you doing? My name is Devonna First. Right now I am a part of Ward 4. When I first was paired with Collaborative Solutions, I didn't know anything about housing or rapid rehousing. At the time, I was working and didn't yet understand the support that I would eventually need. Later on, I was matched with an amazing caseworker who truly cared about my family and me. That made all the difference. As I was prepared to exit the program, I worked closely with the employment specialist who helped me redo my resume after I lost my job in the middle of 2025, right around the time I had a newborn baby. During such a difficult season, my case manager made sure my mental health was supported and that my children always had food in the house. She taught me so much and never stopped advocating for us. Through CFSA, I was finally able to receive a housing voucher after being on the wait list since 2005. I am forever grateful for everything my case manager has done for me and my family. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just quick clarification. When you said you've been on the voucher list since 2005, I may have missed this. Are you saying you're
Yes, I
still on
was.
the list?
No, I actually received my voucher
Right.
2025 after I've been on the wait list since '05. I had triplets at the time. My triplets are now 20. They'll be 21. I was on the wait list since they were
Wow.
been born.
Wow.
And through her advocacy, working with me and working with um, Child and Family Services, every avenue, because I was really stretched thin. I didn't know what to do. This is my first time actually being a part of a program like this. And it wasn't like because I wound up the reason why I came to CSC is because I wound up getting my house condemned at the time, and I only had literally an hour to get all the things that I can grab out the house, and from there they placed us into the shelter on 14th Street, and 14th Street then paired us with the case management, and it wasn't pretty at first, but through time, and I was able to get a great case manager. She was able to understand me. I was able to understand her, and she actually helped me. And I've been through a lot of case managers, but it's like they cared, but she really like took us underneath her wing and made sure that I was okay. Again, by me not having any support and me not being knowing anything about any programs, anything like that, she really helped me out and showed me the ropes and ends and things that I needed to do to make sure that we would be successful. And it actually worked because, like I said, I finally got my housing voucher after all of this time.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for that. Next, we have Katura Bonner.
Hi guys. Um, well, I want to start by saying I'm Kitora Bonner. I want to start and say I'm truly honored to write this. I started my journey at Tamar, which is also the Trauma, Addiction, Mental Health, and Recovery group at Collaborative Solutions for Communities a little while ago, and it has been life-changing. I came in looking for healing, and I've experienced that and much more. I began to really look at myself in a new light, a brighter one at that. Don't get me wrong, it was very challenging, but it was as if all the answers I've been looking for just came to me. I never could imagine myself fully letting go of all my trauma until now. It has been such an amazing feeling to actually face my pain and suffering head on. Not to run away when it hurts or to change who I am because it gets bad. My group has taught me the true definition of strength, to stand for what I believe and to know that I am who I say I am. Coming into the group, I knew my trauma altered my life forever, but where I am now, I feel like it isn't the end of me. I can continue to go on in my life knowing that I can overcome any and everything, that there is nothing that can stand in my way, and that I make room for me. Trust me when I say it wasn't all peaches and cream. I cried so much it was a tsunami of my tears. Each time, though, I felt it get easier and easier. I've grown closer to myself through this healing journey. Someone I thought I lost has now been found. I've realized that I know myself and that my life has always been up to me. Unfortunately, in this world, someone is always trying to tell you who you are or tell you who to be. It takes knowing yourself to know others and for them to know you. I write this here today knowing who I am and who I want to be, a better version of me. I'm greater than any obstacles that have stood in my way. I've learned that I am not the type to be cast aside. I get in the field and I fight for me. Thank you to those I've met along the way. You guys are so special to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And I believe that ends our witnesses for this panel. Ms. Bonner, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to switch up our order. Can you elaborate about some of the work that happened at the collaborative that has expanded your self-esteem and how you look at yourself, but also how you're able to navigate life here in the district?
Okay. Well, I will say, because we start off with like icebreakers, I can't really like go too much into detail because of, like everyone's, personal traumas and everything. But I can honestly say, like, coming into the group, I was very, like, I'm always very like high in energy and everything, but I wasn't opening up. It was like I had walls put up and everything like that. And it was just to actually hear that maybe somebody understands where I'm coming from, or to actually know that there are ways that I can be better from my trauma and stuff. It just was like, I don't know, it puts me on like an emotional roller coaster, because here I am like wanting to be better and know what to do, but I don't know which way to go, or, what questions to ask myself, or how to look at, you get what I'm saying? A lot of the times, and me personally, I was the one who always just thought like, I wouldn't say I wouldn't amount to anything, but that I didn't know my worth. And coming in there, it's definitely been like an eye opener as far as that. Cause it's like, well, you're worth it. You have to put in the work. You have to really understand and be able to separate what the world tells you and what you tell yourself. And, I don't know, cause I don't want to cry, but I'm so glad that I went, and because a lot of times people be scared. We're afraid to get that healing, or afraid, because that was one of the biggest parts of mine. I was afraid to let that hurt go, because it's like all I knew. It's all, you get what I'm saying? You get attached to it, you get used to it. And I was just like, they was like, you can do this, you can do this. They're very motivating. They're very, it's like I told you, tsunami of my tears. I promise. Like, oh my goodness. But it feel relief. You feel so relieved after, like, it's not like anything weighing on you. It's no pressure, and you get and I've used it honestly, because I also have done Safe Passage. I use it sometimes with the kids, like getting to know them and talking to them, because they don't always open up. They literally, like, but they also have their lives outside of this. So I be trying to tell them, like, y'all, like, it's okay to, like, come to us. It's okay to talk to, you get what I'm saying? Because granted, we are here and we're here to make sure that you guys are safe, but we're also have to be mindful that school isn't the only place, that you need to be safe at. So I've definitely used it in that, and they've been opening up. So, I don't know. I think it's like a win-win. So it's definitely a
Well,
win-win.
I appreciate you coming to share. I think you've provided very compelling testimony today. One quick follow-up. From our perspective, how can we support collaboratives as a city more in order for them to do more of the work that you're talking about?
Because I was informed that they do this group, like I believe in like jails, they do it at schools, and like at the office and stuff. So maybe, branching off, I don't know where I would say. That's something I probably would have to think on, like and having it more, I don't know how to word that right now, having more group sessions like that, but I'm thinking also for guys as well. I'm not really sure if, because, a lot of times some guys, don't like opening up either. And I think it actually would be a really good group for the guys, because they bottle up so much stuff, and the males in our city, like they have a lot to be worried about right now. It's a lot going on. So I definitely think if they at least feel safe opening up with somebody, or at least, even if it's not like their whole life story, but something, it can kind of like, dang. Because, it brings to the attention, like, you actually can get hope. Like, you don't have to sit there and just take this pain and take this suffering and just like, hey, I'm pushing your feelings to the side. You're a man, just do this. Like, no, like, everybody has things that they have to work on and have to work through. So definitely thank you. Little expansion,
I do know. Thank you for your testimony, and we have taken note. Ms. Cole, you wanted to weigh in?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much, Couture, for that testimony. So at CSC, we actually, like she mentioned, we provide the Tamar groups, and we fund it internally. We do not have funding to provide this group, but we have taken it on because we see the value in offering these services to the community. And so we have a Tamar youth curriculum that we do with youth. We've done it at the Emory Rec Center. We do it at our offices, and we also do it in schools through our Stop School Violence program. We provide it in-house, and it's open to clients and staff across our programs. And we also do the group inside DC Department of Corrections and the Fairview Transitional Housing. So we have done several groups, and in order to keep this work going, we are looking for funding opportunities, because we are funding it with whatever we can find internally right now.
And how much is that?
I will have to get back
Now
to
you
you on
can't.
that.
Now you can't ask for more funding and not have a ask.
Yes, I would definitely get back to you on that. I would want to say each session is about, I want to say 12 weeks. There's different modules that we take the participants through. So it's not like a one-time thing. It's not 2 weeks. It's several weeks. And they go through the different sessions and the different curriculum to really do the work. And so with that, of course, we have to find space to utilize. We have to provide snacks and provide transportation sometimes. And so I would say a full session. We also have a graduation at the end, which also costs money. So I would say a full session, depending on the number of participants, could cost up to like maybe $1,000 or
And
more per
is
session.
your testimony suggesting that the base funding you receive currently doesn't allow for these extra programmatic initiatives that you're leading, that these are add-ons? Is that right?
Yes, these are add-ons. The Tamar program, we also have a STEM program that we internally fund through donations, or whatever funding sources that we're able to, not funding sources, but internally CSC funds it. Our soccer program has gone some time period without being funded. So we have programs, like I mentioned in my testimony, where we are trying to address root causes and provide other opportunities to address trauma, and to address economic instability, to address the needs of youth in the community, to prevent violence, to prevent gang involvement. And so a lot of times, of course, we're always looking for grants. We're always looking for funding resources, but we can't just wait. until we receive it. And so I think at CSC, that is one of the things that we really try to push, and that our staff, which is, why I encourage some of our staff to testify today, especially sharing their experiences, is because our staff buy into that. And a lot of these programs are ran by volunteer staff, staff volunteering their time after hours. And so I would say we are looking for, funding for these additional add-on services that are funded.
Got it.
It's not funded with CFSA funding. It's not funded with DHS funding. It's funded with, what we can find internally.
Can I add to that? I'm
Please,
sorry.
please jump in. And while you're at it, I was going to ask how your lived experiences help inform the work you're able to do in communities. I was really moved by your testimony.
Thank you. Before we get into that, I worked really closely with the Tamar participants for years. I was a part of the group. I helped support the group. And, Tamar, is a part of a prevention, helping to keep families together. Most of our clients has come through the CFSA program. And I know in my experience, as far as, spending, since you asked about that, I know it had to be at least $50,000 we have spent. So this far, so it probably would take that much or even more, because we have a range of so many participants who wants to be a part of the Tamar. They heard about it, like from Couture, who testified, and she works for Safe Passage, and we try to provide that support to not just people in the community, CFSA. We try to support everybody who need that support when it comes to identifying their triggers, their traumas, and things like that. And like she said, we want to branch out to even having the men aboard, the fathers and things like that. So it would be funding is so much needed for this program. I trust the process of Tamar. I believe in it, and I think it's very, very necessary and important. And you was asking me something else. I'm sorry.
For the sake of time, I'm going to keep it moving, but no, thank you for
Thank you.
your testimony. There's so much that's being covered here. I wanted to jump to Aquia. You had testified about having legal services at the beginning of an investigation. Angel Brand, you testified about how CFSA conducts its investigations. And then Dalia Allen, you too testified about something similarly, and you posed this question about why not start with an assessment or an inquiry of sorts versus a full-blown investigation. I'll open this up to any of you all. As I mentioned, the committee moved legislation that would require CFSA to, at the very start of an initiation, share information about resources via the Office of the Ombudsman, but also legal rights and resources that a parent has. Do you think that's sufficient? Why or why not? And what do you think might change through the process of the investigation if a parent has access to these legal resources? So I'm opening that up to Aquia, Angel, Dalia, or even Yasmin, if you're still with us.
I wanted to say it would be helpful because I know personally through my experience, I think I had just moved and I didn't have like a toddler bed for one of my kids. And the caseworker I had got, she was like, you need to get a toddler bed because your son I think he wasn't of age. And instead of her telling me or be like, let me talk to my supervisor to see what kind of funding we can give you or what type of resources we can give you so you can have the things you need, not just a bed, maybe a table or things that they are pointing out that I'm lacking. And that wasn't. I didn't get a proper notice of my case closed, so that left me mentally. I went through mentally anxiety and mentally depressed. I didn't know how to go about, dealing with my kids because I didn't want to, anybody say like just to say anything. Like it was just like really up in the air. And it wasn't until months later I found out that my case was closed with no findings.
And quick follow-up, and I may have asked this before. How did you find out that your case was closed?
I end up getting a position, a job with childcare, and I think they do like a clearance or something. Like if you have any open cases, you're not allowed to work with kids. And I remember my caseworker was telling me you can your case can be closed, but you'll have a restriction where you can't go on a field trip with your kids and things like that. So once I got that job and I had to do my clearance, I was nervous because I didn't know the status of my case.
Understood, understood. And then Angel or Akuya or Dalia, if you're still there.
Yes, I'm here. For me, I would say legal representation means to me like having a better understanding of my rights, knowing what I should be well, I'm not gonna say what I should be sharing because I'm a truthful person, but at the same time, like with my particular situation, one of my cases was because of domestic violence in which I was the victim, and the second one was because of my abuser falsely made allegations. So with me having representation, it would have helped me more in my case. Also, like Yasmin said, we're getting these cases and it's getting stuck on us. I'm not a neglectful mom. I didn't do anything wrong besides be a victim. So it's not fair that I can't go on a trip with my kid. I can't work in childcare and stuff like that. And also, I was not told that my cases were closed. They came out, they did the investigation, and they just disappeared. Never called, no email, no paper in the mail. So I didn't even know the status of my case. I didn't know if it was open or closed. I just continue on with my life without CFSA telling me anything. So that would be very helpful.
Thank you. I'm just taking notes here. It definitely seems like an ongoing issue that I hear recurring is a ambiguity about the status of the investigation, when it actually starts, what rights are available when the hearing or the investigation is concluded. I'm gonna, for the sake of time, keep us moving. I want to thank everybody on this panel. We're gonna go to our next panel, but as I said earlier, we are taking note of these themes that we will take up with the agency next week.
Councilmember, would you mind if I added something very briefly?
Sure.
I think that one reason that it's important to have somebody advocating for the moms in the beginning of these investigations is because I feel like when an allegation is made, it's like the parent is guilty until proven innocent. And everyone that's accused of something for one reason or another is not actually guilty of performing whatever acts someone says that they're doing. And it kind of puts the burden on the parent who, like we talked about, doesn't necessarily know their legal rights. They're stressed, they're anxious. It kind of makes the parent feel like everything is against them, which I feel like causes problems and can cause the parent to end up in an actual case when it might be something as simple as like, I lost my job and I don't have something that I need. And people aren't necessarily comfortable with going to CFSA and saying, hey, I need such and such, because they're going to look at it like, well, then that's going to lead to an investigation, as opposed to like all these wonderful programs that are talking about their services. Some people know about them, some people don't. But sometimes it would be helpful, even if there was like an intermediary agency, that when people find something that they feel like needs to be investigated, something that's maybe in between CFSA and like whoever discovers the thing. Because at one point, over like 70% of cases in DC were unfounded. So it's like, it's not always effective to just assume that every scenario is a CFSA abuse or neglect allegation. So having somebody advocate in the beginning could kind of like determine which direction these things need to go in, instead of these traumatic investigations, because everybody's not guilty of neglect or abuse, because their circumstances just might need a little assistance.
I've been talking on mute. But no, I really appreciate that, and I'm sensitive to what you're sharing. My staff did look into this, but if we were to make that change to make legal counsel available to parents at the initiation of an investigation, it would actually make DC an outlier. That doesn't mean that it's not the right policy, but it is something that we wanted to scrutinize a little bit more. Um, Parents do have a right to counsel at a certain step in the process. But I hear you loud and clear. Uh, Having the weight of CFSA investigate you and look at you as though you're already guilty at the beginning of an investigation, or at least having that feeling, I can imagine induces anxiety, and doesn't help the child or the family. And so I again want to say thank you for that testimony.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna keep moving. I want to call Thomas Selishev, LaMonica Hammonds on this panel, and then Francine Williams, Denise Price with the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, Phyllis Marable, Carolyn Smith, David Bonilla, Nicole Johnson, Dion Reeder, Anise Holston, Bryant Butler. Let's see, how many do we have here? Okay. Uh, Folks may have jumped off, so I'm going to call a few more people. Joan Russell, Crystal Young, Tierra Lewis, Kershawn Lewis, Andrea Duncan, Tracy John, and Shantae Vines. And I'll stop there. Okay. Still not seeing several people, so it seems like LaMonica Hammonds is, oh no, LaMonica is here. Great. Thomas Selishev, I am not seeing.
I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see you. You are here. Yes. If you give me 1 second. And for the sake of time, why don't we have you get started, Thomas?
Thank
with
you.
your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker, and thank you for having me again. We spoke this spring or last spring. My name is Thomas Selship. I'm the Managing Director of Strategy and Children's Services at the Family Place, where I oversee one of many programs that I oversee and I support. It's called HIPPY, the Home Instruction for Parents of Preschool Youngsters. HIPPY is a research-backed home visiting model that strengthens parent-child relationships and improves kindergarten readiness by coaching parents to coach their child in 4 main domains. This 2-generation approach produces measurable outcomes for both children and parents while allowing programs to identify risks early and connect families to support before challenges escalate. We don't just support in helping parents raise their young and prepare them for school, but also with a host of wraparound services. We provided over 400,000 pounds through a food pantry to families. We provide case management. We provide mental health support services and other avenues for advocacy. Our program operates through the citywide network of home visiting providers, serving families across all 8 wards. And the accountability is central to the work that we do. And I want to actually recognize CFSA for holding us accountable, for creating a framework of accountability and asking more out of us and our partners through the CBCAP network, through CSC, and most importantly, through reporting. I also want to really recognize somebody specific at CFSA because their advocacy, their work with us and our programs like us, and their weekly or monthly, check-ins has been incredible. And I really want to shout them out. Erica Hall, CFSA, I've had many different interactions with CFSA, and through Hippie and with the Family Place, I've seen an incredible turnaround in support for programs like ours, for mentorship, for accountability, and for guidance. I think that this support is not just about compliance, it's about honest dialogue, mentorship, continuous improvement on both sides. When challenges arise, CFSA engages providers and partners in problem solving, ensuring systems remain responsive while maintaining high standards of quality and impact. This balance of accountability and collaboration strengthens programs, protects relationships and families ultimately, and leads to better outcomes for children, parents, and the community. I will, in my written testimony, I'm going to go through and show all of the different things that CFSA has done and how the revamp has really impacted us and the programming that we do. But I really I have nothing but good things to say. And I really want to thank you and CFSA.
Next, we'll have LaMonica Hammonds.
How are you doing? My name is LaMonica Hammond, and I thank you for this opportunity. In November, I was contacted about joining a parenting class. At first, I was kind of skeptical and didn't really want to do it. I have older kids, so I didn't really see why I needed it. When I did see that it was only a week long and there was a cash incentive, I figured, why not? On the first day of class, I arrived and Miss Najiba was setting up. She welcomed us with a huge smile, journals, pens, and instantly created a warm and inviting atmosphere. When I began this class, I assumed I'd be learning more about my children or children in general. I was completely wrong. This parenting class focused on us as people, as parents, who we were as children, who we are now as adults, who we are as parents. It addressed our traumas, stress, emotions, and how to manage them. We learned how to express ourselves, how to encourage our children to do the same. We discussed how to show love, even love that may not have been shown or implemented to us when we were young. We discussed how to implement reward systems, how to navigate parenthood, how to adjust our parenting styles, and help our children to adapt to these changes. We learned the importance of including our children in decision-making and having meaningful conversations with them. These tools changed the way my family operates. We now hold weekly meetings where we discuss the past week. We set new goals. We talk about changes we like to see in our family and things that are on everyone's mind for the week. We brought back family night, something that my children loved when they were younger, but I didn't really realize that they missed it. Breaking down this communication barrier has greatly improved our family life. We've made everyone happier because their needs are being heard. We also implemented a chore chart and a reward system that allows them to earn incentives. They also get to choose incentives, things such as extra screen time, family night activities, choosing the snacks, even having no chore days. These incentives encourage them in a healthy way to maintain healthy habits, things that I've learned from this class. Another huge part of the class was learning how to build a village and be a village for other people. Raising children is difficult for everyone, but having support is amazing, and not everyone does have it. Through this class, I gained friendships with several women, all mothers, going through similar struggles and different ones. We bonded over the pain and joy, failures and accomplishments, and we gave each other advice, shared love, and truly created a village, something that most of us never had or knew. I'm incredibly grateful for this experience. We loved it so much that we asked for a second course. It wasn't just a class for us. It was therapy. It was unifying. I'm so thankful that I had the opportunity to be a part of it. I hope others get a chance to experience this because small steps can make a big impact. And there's a lot that are missing in homes. There's a lot that we as parents have not dealt with in our past. And We
Thank
just
you, Ms.
need a
Sammons.
little guidance.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Francine Williams.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may begin.
Okay, I do not work this. I'm new at this Zoom stuff. My name is Francine Williams, and I'm here today, not just for myself, but for the families who ain't in this room, who aren't in this room. There was a time when I was caring more than I knew how to handle. The Family Success Center became the place where I could finally exhale. It was when someone looked at me and didn't see failure. They saw potential, dignity, and a family worth investing in. Because of the Family Success Center, my family stayed safe. We had food when times were hard. I had guardians when I felt lost. And maybe most importantly, I had people reminding me that my family most most my family matter before things reach a crisis point. If these centers are taken away, families would not stop struggling, but they would lose the place that catches them before they fall. They would lose a door that is open, a voice that is heard, that listen, and a community that believes in prevention punish over punishment. Please understand that this is not just about funding a program. This is about protecting family, preserving dignity, and choosing compassion before crisis. Family Success Center change their lives quietly every day, including mine. Please keep these centers open. Families like mine are counting on you. Are counting on you. Thank you. I'm a representative, community advisor, council rep, Marshall Heights Community Center. Thanks for hearing my testimony.
Absolutely. And next, we'll have Phyllis Marable.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker, members of the committee, youth affairs, and staff. My name is Phyllis Collins Marable, and I am a family support worker with the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative. I have proudly served in this role for the past 2 years, and I bring with me over 15 years of experience in case management, community support, and community-based services here in Washington, D.C. During my time at EBFSC, I have seen firsthand the critical role that this organization plays in the lives of some of our most vulnerable families in the District of Columbia. The funding that we receive is not just financial support, but it's also a lifeline. It allows us to provide essential services such as rental assistance, employment services, housing stabilization, mental health referrals, parenting support, and many other resources that help families remain safe, stable, and also feel connected at some of their darkest times. Every day, we work with families who are doing their best under incredibly challenging circumstances. Many are one unexpected event away from a crisis, whether it's a job loss or medical emergency, housing instability, or mental health concern. Without adequate funding, our ability to respond to these needs will be severely limited, and the families that we would be left without support at their most critical moments. In the current culture that we live in, none of us are immune to hardship. You never know when someone you love or yourself may need assistance. Organizations like Edgewood Brooklyn exist to ensure that when the moment comes, families are not alone. We meet people exactly where they are, treat them with dignity, and help them to navigate difficult systems with compassion and care. Your continued investment in Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative is an investment into well-being, stability, and the future of our communities that we all serve. I strongly urge continued support so that we can keep showing up for our families and the people that we love. Thank you for your time and consideration. And Councilmember Parker, thank you for all you do.
Thank you for this morning. Next, we'll have Carolyn Smith.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and honorable members of the Committee on Youth Services. My name is Carolyn Smith, and I have had the pleasure of working professionally as a social worker in the DC area since 1970. I worked 33 years with DC Child and Family Services, 14 years as clinical director with the Georgia Avenue Collaborative, and 9 years with Hillcrest Children and Family Center. I currently serve as the board chair for the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative and proudly speak of its extensive accomplishments. We are one of a few city agencies that own 2 of our properties. Our board consists of 11 members of diverse ethnic backgrounds who work tirelessly on behalf of this city and Ward 4 residents. Our staff are diverse, speaking languages in Spanish, Amharic, and French, which allows total communication with the majority of the residents of Ward 4. I love what I do, but more importantly, I love what we do. Our accomplishments include our Family Services Division serves as the Ward 4 community responder for the 211 Warm Line. In FY25, we served 195 families, caseloads of 20 to 25, made approximately 108 home visits, while many agencies were still doing virtual. The Brightwood Family Success Center opened in March of 2025 as one of 10 Family First DC Success Centers across the city, with 5 amazing partners: Emory Beacon of Light, DC Metropolitan Police, Mute the Violence DC, Urgent Wellness, and Wards 3 and 4 Prevention Centers. Its leadership defied the odds and met or even extended its performance targets in spite of the delay. However, we pay $3,500 a month for rent because there is no public housing in Ward 4 and free housing opportunities are not there. Finally, I'd like to say that I regret that I did not discover the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative when I was younger, more energetic, and able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. The support, financial support of the collaboratives and the collaborative movement is an absolute must for this city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have David Keller.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and committee. My name is David Bonilla. I am a Ward 4 resident in the Brightwood area. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to be here today. I'm going to speak of an organization that has impacted me and my community in so many ways, the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, GFAC. Today, I'm sharing my perspective as a community member, a former employee, and a board member. The Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative has been part of my life for as long as I can remember. When I was a student at Truesdale Elementary School, just 2 days before Thanksgiving, I remember Miss Jessica, a family support worker, calling my mom at 7:30 p.m. to tell her that she had a gift card and a food basket for our family. At that time, the organization was known as Georgia Avenue Rock Creek East Family Support Collaborative. Despite the frigid cold, Miss Jessica came to our home personally to deliver baskets and gift cards. She also told us, "I managed to get these for your family," which included winter coats for me and my family. At that time, I didn't fully understand it was an organization supporting us. Fast forward to 2017, my family was struggling financially after my father had a work accident. Our income was no longer enough. I remember Deborah Gittins, who was the deputy director at that time, setting up a meeting for us with Myrna Salvador. My mom was especially happy knowing that she would be working with a Spanish-speaking family support worker. Though GFAC, our family receive assistance with our lecture bill and gift cards to help our family to put food on our table. During our most difficult times in our life, we received a support we truly needed. In 2018, I had the privilege of working at the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative. I worked at the front desk, providing information and referral to families who walk in seeking help. I generally enjoy seeing the joy and relief on their faces when they receive resources. I remember one family who came in for the first time. I completed their intake and referral to the family service program, and they became eligible for programs. Watching their progress from start to finish was an accomplishment I feel proud to be part of. I will never forget when the mother returned and said, "Without this organization, and its funding, my family would have never succeeded." Thank you. Working at GFAC didn't just bring me joy because we help family. It allowed me to hear the stories, the positive environment created by leadership, unlike other places I have worked.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Nicole Johnson. And Nicole, if you're speaking, you're still on mute. You need to unmute yourself.
Greetings, how you doing?
Great.
That's good. Hold on, let me turn my camera on, sorry. All right, can you see me? All right, how you doing? My name is Nicole Johnson. 1 second, I'm about to pull my thing up. I was notified at the last minute that it's 2 minutes, so please forgive me. I'm gonna try to keep it as close to 2 minutes as possible. I'm trying to pull it up. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. Greetings. I am Nicole Johnson, a DC native, a graduate from the Delaware State University, and a young mother of 2 boys, ages 5 and 2 years old. Just to name a few things about myself. I was granted the opportunity to voluntarily participate in the Nurturing Parents program facilitated by the lovely Miss Shantae and Miss Vera from Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. When I first joined the program, I did not know what to expect. I came in not knowing anyone but gained a new family of loving parents aiming to be the best versions of themselves. Growing up in the inner city, that there can be challenges that arise that either make or break you. Some of these said challenges can stick with you throughout your adolescent years, even carried through the adult years. Some may call it trials and tribulations, some may call it childhood trauma. Overall, it is detrimental to the growth and development of an individual. We grow up compressing ourselves. We aren't taught the proper way to decompress and relieve the tension that grows inside of us, and we walk around being ticking time bombs. Some individuals have outlets to express themselves. Some were offered therapy by someone that does not look like them, nor have any type of connection whatsoever. They can't relate. You have some who were instilled by parents, family, and peers that talking to a therapist is taboo. Sorry. That talking to a therapist is taboo, and you need to keep what happened inside the house business that stays inside the house. This has created emotionally neglected children, teens, and adults who suffer in silence, and too many run into trouble later on down the line. Some labeled as a troubled child or even a menace to society. Some who are also called mom pops. Imagine a person who is not emotionally intelligent, has no idea how to de-escalate a situation without being violent or verbally abusive, and sees no wrong in what they do because they pay the bills, so they have a what I said go mentality. Now imagine that same individual raising a child or multiple children. Children who are going through their own life journey that comes with obstacles, needing a parent figure who is nurturing. Someone who is caring, patient, and a problem solver, someone they can communicate with without being belittled. Some parents make the mistake of depriving themselves and their children from the nurturing bond that they miss out because they simply struggle being a great parent. They make the mistake of being the reason that their offspring feel like a burden, feel like they're the reason the parent isn't where they like to be in life, and just make them feel unwanted. They make the unwise decisions to treat children they brought into the world unfairly, creating another generation of damaged children who grow into misunderstood adults. With the Nurturing Parent program, we were given a platform to let it all out on the floor. It was fully confidential. We were guided by some of the most amazing facilitators into conversations that have helped people see the unhealed wounds they suffered from, or even see and understand the wounds their sons and daughters had.
Yes, you're over time. I'm going to ask that you submit your testimony, but I want to say thanks, and if you can hang around, we will ask some questions after everyone has had a chance to go.
Okay.
Next, we will have Dion Bussy Reader. And it's great to see you again.
It's so good to see you, council member. I was excited when I was able to testify in front of you. We haven't seen each other in a while. I hope you're all
Yes.
well. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I like the young lady before me, my testimony has been submitted because I am going to go over the 2 minutes, so I'm going to cut it short. First of all, good afternoon again to you and the members of the committee. I am Dion Bussey Reeder, the Chief Executive Officer of the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. I'm here today to testify on behalf of all of 5 Healthy Family Thriving Community Collaboratives: the Collaborative Solutions for Communities, Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, and the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. This year marks 30 years of providing a citywide network of community-based preventive and supportive services while working in tandem with Child and Family Services Agency. As a system-wide network, we use a clinical, strength-based approach and the same practice standards in every quadrant of the city. We are uniform, tested, and we have shown that despite constant changes and fewer resources, we have consistently exceeded our benchmarks and provided the prevention and the intervention supports CFSA needs in the communities for families who are often difficult to reach. In an effort to demonstrate the impact of the Healthy Family Thriving Communities Network, the following data is provided. In FY25, the collaboratives provided vital support to communities facing community complex challenges across Washington, D.C., making a meaningful difference by serving, and this is important, 10% of all households that fall below the poverty line. What that means is we know that we collectively have 121,000 people in the District of Columbia that fall below the poverty line, and collectively we're serving at a minimum 10% of that population. Significantly, the collaboratives outpaced anticipated service goals by 25%, a clear indication of both the capacity to serve despite challenges to multiple funding streams over the course of the year. Finally, and you have the numbers here because I think data is important. The impact of our efforts are clear. 90% of children served by the collaboratives remain safely at home by case closure, surpassing outcomes targets for the service teams. Furthermore, no collaborative reported that children were removed into kinship care or foster care during fiscal year 25. And you will see the rest of my data in my report, because I believe for me, council member, thank you again for the opportunity to testify, but the data shows in all of the testimony of the families that we're supporting that people wonder why we exist. The collaboratives exist because we walk in partnership with CFSA, but we reach families that others cannot. So thank you for, again, the opportunity to testify. And I hope I'm online to answer some of these questions that you may ask, because I really wanted to jump in earlier on when you had so many other people talking about the collaborative work and why it's important that we're here.
We have one other person to testify, and then I'm going to jump on. But can you answer just very quickly how you calculated that data you shared?
I'm excited to say that we have a system administrator that works with all of us, utilizes efforts to outcome, a database system that is partially paid for by Child and Family Services. And our data is collected on a monthly basis. And we actually synthesize the data and send it collectively as one report for all of the collaboratives.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we will have Anise Holston, who is the last person for this panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Councilman Parker. My name is Denise Holston. I'm a program manager with the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. I am a native Washingtonian who was born and raised in Ward 7. I've lived in Ward 8 and for over 25 years have experience working with families in Ward 7 and 8. I have been an employee of Far Southeast for the past 13 and a half years. I started out as a family support worker in 2012, became a program coordinator in 2016, where I provided direct supervision to 6 family support workers, and for the past 2 years, the program manager who oversees our child well-being team and crisis response efforts. Although I do not carry cases on a regular basis as family support workers, I am very much still involved in day-to-day work with my team who provides to our community. We connect and lead in humility and empathy. Our team goes above and beyond by thinking outside of the box and utilizing motivational interviewing and stages of change to properly engage our families and thoroughly assess their needs. My team and I work beyond the standard hours of our office. We're out in the community supporting our families, responding to crises on the weekends to ensure that their needs are met. If a family is in need of financial assistance, prior to supporting any request for funds, we inquire with the families about their knowledge of a monthly budget, financial literacy, things of that nature. We complete a budget with the families to assist them in seeing what they contribute their funds towards, What, if anything, can be eliminated and how they can make more positive financial decisions in the future. We understand that habits take time to form and even longer, in most cases, to break. We seize the opportunity the first time around and lend a helping hand to teach life skills, advocacy, and good housekeeping techniques, to name a few. Our staff assisted families in painting their homes, taught families how to properly store food when they were leftovers, delivered groceries to families who are unable to travel due to physical limitations, and so much more. Our overall goal is to ensure a positive client experience and that every child remains safely in the home. For us to do that, we learned the history of our family and beyond the reason they came to the attention of CFSA. That comes from establishing rapport and building relationships in a non-judgment zone. I am proud to lead, guide, and coach a dynamic team and to work for the collaborative. Thank you so much for letting me testify. I tried to get all that in 2 minutes.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm going to start with Dion, and then I want others to feel free to jump in. I really appreciated the focus on data because that empowers our committee to take action. So in total alignment there, how does the committee continue to support collaboratives across the city? And what are the exact asks you would have of us, and the specific needs that we can help our collaboratives and family success centers address?
Sure.
Again, I'll start with Dion and then we can open it up to others.
Sure. My colleagues, the other CEOs, would be remiss if I didn't begin with to ensure that our resources are stabilized. I think one of the biggest challenges we have is the constant influx of decreasing our resources and then expecting us to keep up the same level of work and effort. In particular, we are literally we're in our second quarter and we're just receiving our agreement to have our flex funds. And council member, the flex funds are the resources we use to provide support to those families who are in crisis. So when we're unable to do that, it's a black mark on our face from the communities that we serve. They don't see the government, they see us because we're your conduit in the communities, reaching those families that others cannot reach. So I will start with ensuring that our resources are definitely on task and on point at the start of the fiscal year so that we can continue programming at the level that we know we can. Secondly,
I'm sorry, we're going to make this interactive, but quick question.
Sure,
Was funding last year sufficient?
No.
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 Was funding the year before that sufficient?
No, we've been at a decreased rate of funding for the last 3 consecutive years. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I will be remiss. That's not true. We had a standstill. We didn't get an increase. Our flex funds slightly increased, but our overall CFSA budget stayed flat. So forgive me for that mistake.
And do you have a specific dollar amount or percentage increase that you believe funding should
Most
increase
definitely.
by?
We can send that to you directly. We wrote up an entire proposal for your former predecessor, former Councilmember Lewis. We have an actual number that is required to really fully fund our organizations and ensure that we're touching the families that are needed.
Can you please share that? That would be super helpful.
Yes.
And then I interrupted and you were in the middle
No, I
of
was
answering.
just, yeah. So the only other piece I would say is we lose good staff because we can't fund people and we can't fund employees at the level where they deserve to be funded. I am so proud to have employees like Anise who've been with us for 13 years because she believes in the work. But quite frankly, Anise could leave me any day and go to Child and Family Services and get at least $20,000 to $25,000 more for what she's doing. And we've now kind of made sure that that doesn't continue to happen because that was happening to us. Many of our employees was leaving and applying for family support worker positions within the district government. So having resources to ensure that we're able to keep good talent, that's important. So those two resource questions.
Outside of funding, what makes that government position more attractive than coming to work at a collaborative? Or do you think it's purely about the pay?
It's less work. It's less
Got
work.
it.
It's less
Got it.
work. We're in the trenches doing the work quite differently, and that's why we should be supported. And I will be remiss if I did not say this last point. We as a network supported Child and Family Services coming out of receivership. We were initially put into play because the federal government wanted to see community-based child welfare in a preventive method. And that's how the collaboratives were formed. And now we're actually even being challenged. You heard so many people testify before us, and they said, we refer them to the collaborative. We refer them to the collaborative. There's a misbelief that the collaborative can take on everything else that no one else can take on. And we are limited in funding and staff to be able to do so.
Okay. One last question, follow-up, and then I'm going to open it up, I promise. What is the communication, partnership, collaboration with CFSA like? So as and I expected you to say that, and I trust that's true. But like, can you elaborate? Like, what are the types of that you're reaching out to CFSA to say, hey, can you all support or expand our capacity on X, Y, and Z?
Sure. Consistently, we have a quarterly meeting with the director and our who's the deputy, who's over all of our programs, Mr. Sheriff Dean. He does a phenomenal job. We have a liaison that meets with him on a biweekly basis and his entire team. And we are really, you know, it's really iron sharpening iron. We are not the kind of organizations that back down when we don't agree with what's being told to us by the city government. So we have been positioned to have a really cordial working relationship with our partners, Sheriff Dean, Javeda, and the like, and definitely Director Trice. However, it is limited fundings that's set aside for the collaborative. So when you're looking at overall government funding and what's necessary for the city to actually continue to move forward, I don't know if the population that we're serving matters as much as we need them to. And that's just the truth. We're doing the very best. I don't believe that it's a individual decision in our prospective relationships with our CFSA partners. I do know that we communicate with them on a regular basis. They hear our concerns and get back with us as soon as possible. One of the biggest concerns I do have that I need to mention, because we just discussed this on last Friday, is the reimbursable process. There is a misnomer that we are sitting around as cash cows, and we're not. Every dollar that comes into our organization for child welfare services go directly out into the community. And one of the problems that we're having is waiting on invoices to be paid. That is problematic across the board. So we're not able to provide the critical need to the families that we're serving if we don't even get our reimbursements within 30 days. That's not happening.
Average that you're waiting currently.
Say it one more time, Councilmember.
What is the average wait time for those invoices to be paid?
Oh, wow. Anywhere from 45 days if there's not a mistake on your invoice. If there's one mistake on your invoice, you go back through the entire process again. So you imagine sometimes, just unfortunately, I have to say this, we received August resources last Friday. From August of 2025, we were waiting on $135,000. That's one collaborative. Each collaborative had their own pocket of money that they were waiting on. That is problematic for us. Then we're working diligently to fix that. To CFSA credit, when our partners realized this was a problem, they escalated the issue immediately, and we had a meeting on last Friday. Since then, all of us have been paid. The problem with that is we can't wait 6 months for that. That can't be the norm.
Point concrete. Thomas, you had your hand up, and then I want others to be able to weigh in as well.
Yeah. Chief Busey Reader hit a lot of it on, the nail on the head. There's a couple of other things. One thing is that we are a home visiting program. We are amongst 17 in the district. We are also one of the only Latino home visiting programs that does that is trained and use a bilingual method, specifically more Spanish instruction. However, there's no equitable reimbursement or pay scale for home visiting. So like was said earlier, we lose staff because we do not receive the funding that other home visiting systems get. And therefore, we have to pay less, but also we have to find bilingual staff and or Spanish speaking staff. We have to train them. And we have a 95% retention rate in our programming, which is incredible, but that's because of the people that we hire and that families feel safe and supported by them. If they weren't trained, we have to find them, we have to train them, we have to keep them. And like was said earlier, we've lost staff year over year because we pay 30% less than our competitors that have access to other funding that for multiple reasons we don't receive.
And when you say equitable reimbursement for home visiting, are you suggesting that because you are hiring Spanish-speaking individuals, that there is a higher cost there?
No, I mean, yes, you would think that the supply is less, so the demand would be greater, so the price would be higher, yes. But no, other home visiting systems and others directly funded through other city funds pay just 30% more. And so we just can't compete with the standard DC rate. I pay $20 to $22 an hour. My counterparts pay $35 an hour. Our staff do incredible work. They get trained, they get all of their licenses and background in doing incredible work. And then they have the ethos and the credibility to go get 35 to $40 an hour. And they should, and they deserve it. But we continuously fight an uphill battle. We are able to cover that through fundraising and incredible grants. But how long is that going to be sustainable?
I hear you loud and clear. And is the
Yeah.
reimbursable issue a factor for your organization as well?
No, I will say that CSC, who provides the grant, is incredible, and they've been nothing but timely. And we are under a fixed grant, so there's a lot more. It's a lot easier to plan and receive the grant money. So we don't have that problem.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
Chairman Parker, I would, if I may, like
Please,
to
please
just
do.
respond.
Please do.
Just in terms of our communication with Child and Family Services, Deborah Giddens, who is the CEO for George Avenue Family Support Collaborative, is actually the liaison between the collaboratives and CFSA. So she does regularly meet with them and their leadership and communicates directly with all of the collaborative leadership to make sure that we are aware of issues, when things go well, when things don't go well. You asked what would we like after 30 years of proving ourselves. We are now back to applying for the grants to continue to do some of the work that we have been successfully doing for the past 30 years. And I personally feel our track record should speak for ourselves.
Thank you for that. I did have some questions. David, can you speak more to how families are connected with the collaborative? You mentioned walk-ins. In your opinion, is that how most families are connected to the collaborative, or is there other ways, such as the warm line? Can you just elaborate how you're getting in touch with most of your families?
Thank you, council member. Yes. So when I was working at the front desk, I was working at the front desk mostly when clients were calling. They were calling our phone numbers, or they were just walking in, either through referral or word of mouth from other people in the community. That's how most of the clients came through our doors. Now I think with the age of technology and social media, I think also not a lot of families, but a few families can connect through the social media, and then the 211 warm line, which I have contacted and have helped others contact the warm line, is very crucial, very important for our community, because the 211 number definitely connects to different collaboratives. And going back when I was working at the front desk, when we didn't have the 211 warm line, I mostly saw either people was coming in for information referral from other organizations, or walking through our doors, or calling our numbers to get information.
And a bulk of our referrals do come from DC Child and Family Services. Just in terms of I want to put a dollar amount to our Family Success Center, because I know all the other 5 are in public housing, and so they don't have an issue of rent. 42,000 is really what we need to keep the doors open at our Family Success Center. So I just want to put that out there, because we're paying.
We all are. None of us, all of us are not inside of public housing, and that rent issue is a big deal, Councilmember
Yes,
Parker.
yes.
Can you say more about that? Elaborate on the rent.
So within the Family Success Center grant, there's no allotment for rental payments, which is extremely problematic. The expectation is that we have a rapport with the community as such that we'll be able to operate programming in spaces without paying rent. And that's not realistic in the day and time that we're in. Even churches now are asking you to pay something towards the rental agreement because they can't afford to stay in their own buildings. So once what we were able to do once before, we're not. And when you limit us to actually using space on a apartment complex, it doesn't always mean it's public housing, just apartment complexes, period. Other people in the community don't feel comfortable coming onto that apartment complex to get those services. For instance, Far Southeast, we operate in Congress Heights, but our Family Success Center resides inside of the Congress Park community. So other residents outside of Congress Park don't feel like that's theirs. So we have to find other spaces outside of the Congress Park apartment complex to invite the other residents of Congress Heights. So to Carolyn's point, there's no allotment in the grant for rent. There's an allotment only for, I can't think of the name, but it's basically costs associated with being there. So you may can help upgrade the electric unit. You may be able to do something to accommodate the space, but people want you to pay rent. So it limits your ability to really fully function. We were fortunate to be able to make it happen, but many of us can't do that. So if you can't use the grant to pay for it, but you want to provide the services, and the community is saying we need grant money or we need rent money, we put ourselves in a problem. Or you use resources that you don't have from other grants or your general operating just to pay the rent there.
I got it. And knowing that we have ERAP as a city and that has its own host of issues, and if you aren't in line or queued up, then that's essentially gone. And what I'm hearing you say is that I'm assuming daily, even you're getting requests to support people with housing and to stabilize housing, which goes a long way to building trust, but also to be able to provide other areas of support.
Most definitely. The
And so
house
that
Exactly.
is.
arrears is extremely high. People rent arrears are extremely high. And the expectation is that you go to the collaborative and you get that paid.
Got it. Got it. And again, I go back to what I was saying earlier that I would imagine people are treating our collaboratives as a catch-all for many of the ills of our society and how people are just struggling and don't have sufficient resources. And instead of stretching our finite amount of resources across an infinite number of programs, I just think we would be better served as a city if we concentrated or coordinated more these efforts. So thank you for that.
Can I
That's
just
food
say one thing to that, to the
too.
credit of
Please
Child
do.
and Family Services, please, because I want this to be clear. CFSA has become the catch-all to every social ill that families are dealing with, and they should not be. And they have done their due diligence to their credit. 2 years ago, a couple of years ago now, we were working under the previous director, and he was trying to build a network of the social services within the District of Columbia to try to see if they could look at some of the other resources that they have to help some of the families, because many of our families are working in two separate or three or more agencies. But the assumption is that CFSA has to handle the bulk of all of their issues, and that's unfair on that agency. So CFSA is also looking at it as, hey, some of these families are not our clients only. They're in multiple agencies, and unfortunately, nobody is carrying their fair share of the financial responsibility. And the assumption is just send them to the collaborative. But all of these cases should not just be
That's
CFSA
right.
cases, and it's not.
And here's my PSA. The council recently passed the child tax credit. Really proud of that. That won't solve all of our problems, but what it does do is put more money back in the pockets of working families. That
That's
child
right.
tax credit will provide $1,000 credit for every young person in the district. Every single young person in the district under the age of 18 years old. If you're a single mom with 3 kids, that's $3,000 you would get back. Now, that doesn't solve all of our problems, but as I'm hearing you testify, and I know the challenges that many families have routinely, I continue to be flummoxed, that would be the word I'm going to use today, that we continue to see budget after budget after budget, and we continue to cut around the edges of supports and resources for those in need. And if we don't think that providing these lifelines for our most vulnerable neighbors is important because perhaps we have enough food or we have shelter over our heads, I would remind those watching and paying attention that poverty impacts all of us, whether or not you are impoverished or not. I will get off of my soapbox, but I hope you all will join the many people across the district calling on our mayor to maintain the child tax credit and other lifelines in our DC budget. Also, there are proposed cuts to TANF. So we can't say let's fund our collaboratives, which I will go to bat for and advocate for. At the same time, we're pulling the rug from under people and saying, but we're going to cut your food stamps or your SNAP benefits and TANF benefits. We can't say, all right, this year we're going to give a little bit more in ERAP funding. However, rapid rehousing, we're going to put all of you all out on the street. There's this constant give and take. And I just think we need to think more seriously, holistically, collaboratively, how we're providing support for people. I'm going to get off my soapbox, but you got
Thank
me
you.
started.
Thank you. Thank
You
you
got
for
me
so
started.
much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But thank you all for your testimony. I do want to move on for the sake of time. I'm going to open up the floor just generally one last time for any comments that maybe I did not get to, or that if there's a pressing statement that someone wants to make on this panel. All right. I'm going to ask that you all submit your written testimony if you haven't already done so, so that my committee team can follow up. And with that, I'm actually going to recess for 5 minutes so that we can recalibrate. And then next, we'll call our next panel. So it is now 3:22. We will recess for 5 minutes and resume at 3:27 p.m. All right. I'm going to call this oversight hearing back into order. It is now 3:31 p.m. and we're going to continue on with our public witnesses for today's hearing. Next, we'll have Tracy John, Shantae Vines, Henji Collins, Demetrius Butler, Olivia Thomas, Kania Parks, Princess Sims, Jamari White, Sierra Bailey, Sania Torres, Gregory Cox, Dominique Williams, and Janae Douglas.
Hi. So I go first.
Please hold 1 second. I don't believe you're first, but we will take you on this panel. Give us a few minutes.
Hello. Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
give
Sorry.
us give us 30 seconds. I'm just trying to
Oh,
see how many people are actually logging on in case we need to call more public witnesses. All right, we're gonna keep going for the sake of time. First up on this panel, we have Tracy John. You may begin with your testimony.
I'm sorry. I'm new to this. Hi. Hi. Good afternoon. Thanks to everybody on the panel today. So my name is Tracy John. I am a single mother to 7 children. They're all under the age of 10. I have 2 sets of twins in my household. Things have been, difficult for me to manage lately in my household. So I'm very grateful that I'm part of, Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. They've been a blessing to me and my family. They're very involved in my household. They've been to visit over several times in a short span of time. They've offered homemaking services. They helped me with my rental office, with getting maintenance work and repairs done in my unit, with resources for bills, finding childcare, implementing chore charts and reward systems, and many other different areas. So I'm just thankful that I was able to be able to work with them. They've been a very, very big help for my family, and getting in back in the flow of things. I had some recent setbacks. So being a part of this collaborative has given me so much hope and helped to motivate me to be on the path that I need to go on. So I really appreciate everything that they have done.
Thank you for your testimony, and you did great.
Thank you
Next,
so much.
if you can hang around, I'm going to ask the panel some questions after everyone goes. Next, we'll have Shantae Vines.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council member, and good afternoon, committee members. My name is Shantae Vines, and I am a parent educator and facilitator for the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. I am here to read testimonies of one parent from Quenching Father Thirst and one parent from the evidence-based Nurturing Parenting Program. This is programming that we offer through community-based child abuse prevention, or CDPAP. Andrew Jones, Quenching Father Thirst and Nurturing Parenting Program. Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Jones. I am a father of 6 children, 5 girls and 1 boy, and I reside in Southeast DC. I came across the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative in search of parenting classes. I participated in 2 of CBCAP's programs. Those were the Nurturing Parenting Program, NPP, and Quenching Father Thirst, QFT. I am thankful to have been a part of them. These groups have been great because it makes me feel like we are a family and the fellowship is real between us. I saw myself getting really locked in by the second week because of how enticing the lessons and discussions are. The information is grasping, and the people involved in these groups are awesome. All the parents speak very good facts and share very knowledgeable information when we have our deep talks in class. I've noticed in both MPP and QFT that even if we don't know something, we all work together to figure it out. It makes me feel confident going into the next chapter of my life as a parent. I appreciate that the parents in these groups are not wild and unruly. Sometimes there are classes that will have a bunch of knuckleheads involved that don't want to learn. That is not the case here. My Nurturing Parenting Program class showed me that there are a lot of genuine people out there that really care about their kids. My Quenching Father Thirst class showed me that there are strong and educated men out there that only need the support of their peers and other wise men to be successful and better fathers. Both programs have shown me that the way we work together and support each other, that we can get ahead in our lives as better people and parents. Thank you. Now I have Kershawn Lewis, Nurturing Parenting Program. Greetings. I am writing on behalf of the Nurturing Parenting Program, NPP, to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation. There is so much I can say about this program hosted by Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. In
I'm
today's
sorry, Ms. Vines. I'm going to ask that you submit that test. Are you testifying on behalf of someone?
Yes, these are parents that participated in our programming.
I got it. I'm going to ask that you submit it to the committee in writing. And if you would be willing to stick around, we'll ask questions of the one you did read.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Next, we have Kenji Collins, who I do not believe is here, so we're going to keep it moving. Next, we have Demetrius Butler.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker. My name is Demetrius Butler. I'm here today to give testimony about Far Southeast Collaborative, a parenting program that they offer through community-based child abuse prevention, CBCAP. I'm actually in a unique position. I was first recruited by Far Southeast by Dion Reeder to help bring parents into Nurturing Parenting Program and Quenching Father Thirst classes. The classes are held once a week on Zoom, and at first my role was simple: recruit participants and log in to make sure they showed up. But once I started sitting in on sessions, something happened. I began staying longer and longer because I realized how powerful these conversations really were. A session might start off light, sometimes just bonding or talking about sports, but by the end of that same session, the level of trust is so strong that parents are opening up about parts of their lives they haven't even shared with their own family. This kind of space is rare and it's intentional. This program has helped me personally with problem solving and communication with my own family. Mr. Chester has a unique way of asking questions. He doesn't always tell you what to think, but he helps you see situations from different perspectives. And that shift in mindset makes a real difference. Through this program, we've helped parents with serious real-life issues, court battle visitation challenges, co-parenting struggles, and sometimes over something as simple as how to make a productive call to a spouse or partner. We've also had resources around employment and job training because parenting doesn't stop when life gets hard. And at the heart of this program is Ms. Vera. She's a constant reminder that the work is never done, and there's always more that we can do for our families and community. Her consistency and care truly anchor this program. Far Southeast Parenting Program is more than a class. It's a safe place. It's a support system. And most importantly, it's a place where real growth happens. I'm grateful to be part of it. And as someone who recruits, but as someone who's been personally impacted and has seen it firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe Kenji Collins is now with us, and you may provide your testimony.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Councilman Parker. Can you all hear me? Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kenji Collins. I'm here on behalf of the Far Southeast Collaborative, also a local barber in the neighborhood and the DMV. I heard about the collaborative some years ago, but did not really know what it was about. I just thought it was somewhere that people in the neighborhood would go to use things such as fax machines and computers if they were not equipped with them in their home. About 2 years ago, I met a gentleman by the name of Brian Bicard, who told me that they had a parenting and fathering class that I could take free of charge to not just myself, but DC residents. Being that I am a father of 5, I figured that I would check it out. Since then, I have joined and participated in a numerous amount of classes and found out that the collaborative also has other resources available, such as helping with finding housing, food if needed for families in need. It has been helpful and a delight to be part of these classes. And as the time has gone on, we all feel as we've become family and have had it's been a great place for somewhere, where we can express ourselves and talk to other people outside of our families, and where you can feel where you're not alone in this parenting journey. Um, since then, the collaborative, I've met like a numerous amount of people who are very helpful. One being Miss Vera Johnson, and also the young lady who was just on a little before me, Miss Shantae Vines. They have helped me a lot and led me to participate in the things in the city that I would not have known about had not been for them. I think that there's a great need for more collaboratives along the city so that people may have support to help and love from someone else other than family, which is a big factor in getting through with the day-to-day life here in Washington, D.C. And I can honestly say that the collaborative has helped me to become a better person and also just an all-around, better person and being involved in my city and the things that I do day-to-day with my children. And they say that it takes a village to raise a child, and well, this village is being well kept and protected by the people of the collaborative, the people who work there, and the people who participate in the collaborative on day to day. I thank you for your time and for hearing me out, and I hope that I have helped you to understand more of what the collaboratives do and their need in our city.
Absolutely. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Zanaya Parks, or as it's listed here on Zoom, Zanaya Torres. And if you're there, you have to come off mute so we can give your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. I completely mixed up two names.
I think it might be
It's
Kanaya.
it's Kanaya Parks. I'm sorry. I mixed up two names. Next, we'll have Kanaya Parks.
Hey everyone. Sorry, y'all. I can't show my face right now. I'm driving. I didn't know it was
That's
gonna
fine.
be late, but
That's fine. Although I would ask or encourage, do you want us to come back to you when you have a second to pull over?
yeah, that's fine too. Yes, that'll be
Okay,
great.
let's do that. We want you to be safe.
All right, thank you.
Next we'll have Princess Sims.
Hi.
Hi there. You may begin.
Okay. Dang, I didn't know that the camera's gonna be so wide. I'm sorry. Ignore the background, please. I'm not used to Zoom. Hi, my name is Princess Sims. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Parker, members of the committee. My name is Princess Ariel Loveland Sims. I am one of the former foster youth, now lived expert, who for the past 2 years has worked diligently on creating and designing Soul and bringing it to life. I am testifying today in support of the Soul legislation. I entered foster care when I was I am so sorry. That is the wrong testimony. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry. That was the wrong document altogether. I'm so sorry. I got it pulled up now.
Okay. We'll start your clock over.
Okay. Jesus, what is going on? Okay. All right, here we go. I'm sorry.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. I'm sure you are fairly familiar with me by now, but if not, my name is Princess Ariel Loveland Sims. I'm one of the former foster youth, now lived expert, who has tirelessly and consistently, alongside my colleagues, worked on bringing the SOUL legislation to life. Today, I am testifying in support of SOUL. In past testimonies, I've spoken about my experience in foster care, the lack of support I received, and why I'm in support of the Soul Bill. But today, I will instead talk about the collaborative efforts between CFSA and the Lex leaders, because I believe that is a part of what makes Soul Soul, where youth get to lead, but still work in partnership with the agency to make sure that they are successful. The structure of the working groups consists of Lex leaders, CFSA staff, staff from Children's Law Center, and members from other agencies. An important factor about these groups is that Lex leaders stood as co-chairs in these collaborative efforts to make sure that youth advocates' voices rang high throughout the process. For example, one of the subgroups that I co-chaired alongside with a staff member from a separate agency was the operations and training subgroup. During those meetings, we assessed the training that would be needed for lawyers, judges, social workers, and soul coaches. Another group I was a part of, just to name a couple, was the communication subgroup, where we initiated testimony and media training, and a lot of these groups just consisted of just a collaborative effort throughout the entire process. Thanks to the continued efforts of the Lex leaders and our partnership with CFSA and the other organizations, we can assure you that the creation of Soul was not a quick or easy process, but a very necessary one. We as a collective put a lot of thought and soul into the creation of Soul, and we look forward to the day where youth do not have to wonder where they will lay their heads or where they will receive support from when they age out, and to not have to put their trust solely into the family that they were born into, but instead can put their faith into the trust of the family of their choosing, no matter what that looks like. At this time, I would like to end my testimony with a big thank you to Chairman Parker and his staff for their collaborative efforts with myself and my fellow Lex leaders. We also want to thank you for the updates that you made to the legislation while still upholding the integrity of which Soul was built on. We look forward to continuing an open line of communication with you as we march towards a brighter future for the youth of the current and former foster youth of the Washington, D.C. area. Thank you for your time.
You did a great job. And thank you for your work and contributions to the Soul legislation. It passed unanimously out of committee this week, and I have a feeling it will do the same when it gets to the full council. Next, we will hear from Sierra Bailey.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee and everyone listening today. My name is Sierra Bailey, and I am a live expert from Washington, D.C. I have been working with CFSA and the OAG and other partners on the SOUL legislation for the past 2 years. I know all too well the benefit of having a family and support around you. I just turned 28, and in 1 month, I'll have a 2-year-old. I wouldn't be the woman or mother I am today without supportive people in my life. When I aged out, I always wanted a family, or at least wanted to feel like I was welcome in one. I decided that since services and resources were more cut and dry, that I would focus on programs and that family wouldn't be as important to me once I got those basic living necessities, but I was wrong. I still felt an emptiness and loneliness, and even though I had all of those services and was sort of prepared for the future, I still didn't know what to do. I met my mentor when I was 19, and he's been that support that I've always needed. It doesn't matter how different we are, he's always been that one constant thing in my life. And it's important to have reliability and structure and to have a family. It is an extra voice in your heart and your mind and a resource to you. And it shows me what consistency, love, family, and support are. And without him, I would have been missing something essential. The purpose of Soul is to provide a permanency that encompasses more than just your traditional family structures and allows for non-conventional relationships and families to shine, letting every youth, caregiver, and professional know that we understand that families and the idea of family has evolved, and everyone deserves one and a chance to create one for themselves. Over the last 2 years, and in the past year specifically, I have worked with CFSA and OAG on regulations and practice and implementation plans for SOL. And in closing, the current permanency plans just don't fully address the current climate, and we have young adults who are faced with choosing services or community. And my fear is that that's the case with a lot of youths, and each year we can count, and every day somebody else ages out. And my hope is that the implementation of the SOL legislation comes this year and that youth are able to take advantage of this opportunity this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Zanaya Torres.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Um, Good evening, council members. My name is Zanaya Torres, and I'm a Lex leader. I'm 18 years old, and I'm a DC resident who is currently in care. I'm here today to testify in support of the SOL legislation and to thank you, Councilmember Parker, for introducing SOL and the other council members for supporting it. So as a Lex leader, I collaborated with other lived experts and CFSA to develop the legislation, and I contributed to the development of SOL and the whole concept. SOL is deeply meaningful to us because it embodies what we all need and deserve, which is a sense of love, belonging, and a lasting family, even after foster care. Sorry. Through the collaboration of lived experts with CFSA and working together, we are committed to continuing to prepare for the implementation of the SOL family once it passes. Additionally, we want this legislation to move forward and pass because it offers young people I think I might be reading the wrong one. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, good. That happened to a colleague. Do you need more time? Should we come back?
No, it's fine. Actually, yes, come back to me, please.
Okay,
Sorry.
will do. Next, we'll hear from Gregory Cox.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker, members of the Committee of the Youth Affairs and staff. My name is Gregory Cox. I am a resident of Langston Terrace. I'm here today to testify in support of the Carver Langston Family Success Center. Under Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, I've been a resident of Langston Development since 2022. And before I got involved with the Success Center, I had been out of work since January 2025. During my time being unemployed, I was hesitant to get engaged in a program because I was feeling unmotivated and apprehensive. I had not been in a formal learning environment since high school, and I did not know what to expect. In the summer of 2025, I became aware of a job readiness program that was being offered in my community. I saw that the Calvert Langston Source Center was offering a job readiness class, which included an on-site job fair. I told myself that I need to go to the program and give it a try. The class helped me move forward to learn again. Before the class, I was ashamed of my fear of learning, but the job readiness class helped me deal with my fear and become more confident in myself. I attend the class every day. I appreciate the help from the instructor and the team. They motivate me to prepare myself for a new occupation and a new career. The skills the class gave me made me love myself for once. I'm sitting here today loving myself. I have more confidence in myself as a result of the program. Since the job readiness class ended, I've been putting in job application, preparing myself for interviews, and reinforce the knowledge I learned during the class. I continue to visit the Success Center to meet with the site coordinator to explore potential job opportunities. I also take advantage of the other service that Success Center offer, such as community bingo, the hygiene giveaway, and the off-site trips the center sponsor. I also volunteer in the Langston at the community youth program. I really do not have to lead the community because all of my service and support I need is right here. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. And Sanaya, I wanted to come back to see if you were ready.
Yes, I'm ready. I was actually saying the right one the whole time.
Okay.
I apologize, but I'll start over.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Zanaya Torres, and I'm a Lex Leader. I'm 18 years old, and I'm a DC resident who is currently in care. I'm here today to testify in support of the SOL legislation and to thank you, Councilmember Parker, for introducing SOL and the other council members for supporting it. As a Lex Leader, I collaborated with other lived experts and CFSA to develop the legislation and contributed to the development of the SOL concept. SOL is deeply meaningful to us because it embodies what we all need and deserve, which is a sense of love, belonging, and a lasting family, even after foster care. So through the collaboration of lived experts with CFSA working together, we are committed to continuing to prepare for implementation of the SOL family once it passes. Additionally, we want this legislation to move forward and pass because it offers young people in foster care a genuine opportunity to create enduring, chosen familial connections that continue after the system ends. I have firsthand experience and I know how difficult it can be to be without a network of support, and it's evident that youth are purposely aging out without legal permanency, or they might even be becoming stagnant and staying in care with other permanency options. You should not have to decide and choose which benefits and support they want over these lifelong connections. So by empowering young people to shape their own families and future, SOL continuously works to alter that. The mission of SOL is to empower youth and allow them to feel comfortable with their own decisions and choose their own family by giving them autonomy to create it. So the SOL legislation is currently urgently needed to improve outcomes for the youth because it enables a youth to create a supporting family and to receive financial benefits and support, which creates an appropriate balance between the two. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'm going to open it up for questions. Princess, I wanted to come to you. We know that you spoke about the partnership between Lex Leaders and CFSA, but can you speak to the options you had when aging out of care and why they didn't meet your needs and those of other young people in the care of CFSA?
So essentially you're asking why I chose to age out versus going for one of the other permanency
Yes,
options?
part of my understanding from previous testimonies is one of the many restrictions of adoption, for instance, is that you're cutting off connection formally with perhaps your birth family or other community members, where some young people don't want that, although they would love to be embraced by a family. But what are some of the other restrictions that would force a young person to say they were going to prefer to age out of the system versus seek permanency elsewhere?
So one of the incentives that comes with aging out is that you are set up with housing support automatically, and they automatically help you with transferring. Like for me, for example, I was under HSCSN, Healthcare for Children with Special Needs, because in my time in foster care, I had a lot of extensive physical and mental, but more so physical disabilities that were not met by staff, that were limited by, just biological relatives and stuff. And that when it came time for me to age out, there wasn't really like, if I would have chose to go with any of the other permanency options, those discrepancies would have continued versus me getting transferred to an independent living program where I'd be set up with a case manager who would force those supports to be enabled. Also, to say that I don't have any choice with who I live with and where I go, especially when at the time I was in college. I did not have any choice or say so as to where my clothes or my shoes or my items would go while I'm, out of state. And just that sense of stability just made it extremely difficult for me to say, like, I can actually focus on even trying to cultivate relationships with other people. Because when you go into a guardianship, when you go to adoption, they're like, hey, this is the person you're going to live with. That's all we know. And whatever you need, talk to the person that you're living with, versus their frame of mindset changes the moment it's like you're aging out. They automatically assume you got nobody. So we have to give you all the support, all the help that's needed. And because of the way that the agency has been formatted all these years, it is partially training, but it's also partially like just where the brain goes when you think of what support a child actually has when they go into these permanency options. I know youth that literally get adopted and they tell these horror stories about they went into this person's household, and the moment that this person was no longer receiving funding, or the moment there was no longer oversight, it was like, you're an adult now, you're on your own. Whatever you need, it's your sole responsibility. But when somebody's aging out, especially at the age of 21, they say, you still need support. You still need ongoing mentorship. And it's like, but if I got adopted at 18, why is that the mentality that I am now an adult and everything is my responsibility? But if I aged out at 21, it's this young person, this new adult still needs help. So that's what made me like, just the care and level of attention that I received was like what sold it for me. Like, people are not going to think that I need help unless they see that I have nobody.
And Sierra, similarly, can you speak to your experience within the care of CFSA? What were supports for you like, and how do you think the committee can help further support for other young people in the care of CFSA?
So for me, I had a lot of supports. I actually did have a good relationship with my GAL at the time. But specifically within CFSA, I like outside of me having a phone or them setting me up for life at 21, I didn't really have any supports outside of that. Like when you age out, you do get different supports from them, money and different things, but I got my supports from DCFY. So that was the difference for me. And I would say having more programs like DCFYI or having a stronger partnership with them, because that's where I got my soul family. That's where I got my forever. And so I could only speak to that. They did a sign like as far as services and resources, essentially that is why I aged out. I'm one of 10. Adoption wasn't for me. I just didn't want to feel like I was alienating myself or disaligning myself with my family.
You're one of 10. You have 9 other siblings.
Yes.
Got it. Got it. And so it was a decision that I want to stay in community with my siblings, as well as if I stay in the care of CFSA and age out, I am guaranteed certain supports and resources. Is
That's
that fair?
correct. That
I
is
got
correct.
it. I got
And
it.
also, Kanaya did not, the one who parked her car, she didn't get to testify.
Oh, yes, Kanaya. Kanaya, if you could hold on, just I'm gonna ask a few more questions, and then I'm gonna have you lead on the next panel, if that works.
It's fine. Actually, if you want, Parker, like I didn't really put a testimony. I really was just gonna talk to you, like
Okay,
off my dome.
well, why don't you talk to
So
me? Just give me the headlines of what your testimony was gonna be.
yeah, I just wanted to thank y'all for just pushing this through. It's very important to us. We have put so much work into this. And it's just amazing to see it come and flourish. Like, I'm just so happy that and to watch it, just blossom in DC. I'm from here. I know the youth here. And I know a couple of youth that's in the system right now, and things like that. So it's just happy. I just wanted to say thank you and your team for doing all that you guys have been doing to get this pushed through, and make sure that everything is good. And thank you guys also for working with us as well. I know we could be a little
Absolutely.
pushy sometimes, but that's what you got to do sometimes to get things done. And I just wanted to thank you for that. That's all.
No, it's been a joy working with you all. I have a question for you. What other ways could we support young people in the care of CFSA? Like the sole legislation was one way, but what are additional ways the committee can step in to rally for our young people?
Me personally, my thought would be, and you said a bit of this in the beginning on another panel, and I don't know if you saw me, but I was clapping and hearting and everything. But you was just speaking to how to build the youth up, like themselves, like as a human being, as a person in the world. And I fully agree with that. I actually try to input some of that into soul as well. I do feel like if we give the youth in DC the correct tools, as far as I'm gonna just name a couple example of things: financial literacy, learning how to do their taxes, learning how to learning about mortgage, just the regular essential things of life and becoming an adult. I feel like in DC that is like is lacking. Like, we were barely giving the tools or taught the things that was needed for us to actually become, great adults or just be ahead. So I feel like that's something that it's been a big struggle generation after generation, just not been given those tools. So I feel like just more programs, more, recreational time, just giving them like classes, some things that like get them in the door, make them want to do it. Like, I use a thing where as though I just tell them, hey, you want to be like me? I'm 26. My bills is crushing me right now, babes. I'm telling you, you want to learn that financial literacy now. You want to learn those things now. So whereas though you're set up, you know how to save your money, you know how to budget, you know how to navigate this world. And not only that, you also spoke a little bit to the, I don't want to talk all go, but you spoke a little bit about the emotional and just like the mental support, and that is a big thing as well. Like, I feel like teaching them, not everybody is big on spirituality, but I feel like if we could just tap that in sometimes, maybe some of the youth could draw to that, like learning how to breathing techniques, like learning how to meditate, learning how to do yoga, learning how to move and activate their body, learning how to go and put their feet on the grass and just connect, like just learning how to get back to our roots and where we really gravitated to, and how our ancestors came up, how our grandparents came up, rocking in that chair. Their thoughts were soothed real good. Like, so just trying to give them some of that. Like, I just feel like we lack that right now. We just need to build them up. Like, they need more tools.
I no, thank you for that. And Princess, I'm gonna give you the last word here. I see your hand.
So I also wanted to answer that question, but I also want to make a statement. Olivia's been texting me and she said she did not get a moment to testify and she has absolutely no idea how to unmute herself. But as far as what other added resources are
We
needed.
will be sure to elevate Olivia on the next panel. I would say, Olivia, if you can hear us, you have to accept the invitation in order to become a panelist so that you can testify. But Princess, go for it.
Yeah, to answer your question about what other added supports are needed for youth, I would like to say that I believe that informed consent, making sure that youth are not only aware of just their rights, but also what each permanency option entails, and also just making sure that you know making sure that there's some oversight as they're going through the process of entering each of these permanency options and whatnot. Oftentimes, like even when I was aging out, I was supposed to receive housing resources. I was supposed to be, eligible for food stamps and a lot of other resources that were supposed to be available to me, but were not, and that they were written on paper. When I got my case file after I aged out, it was written on case file that they made these attempts, but they were not, and that there was no follow-up, and I was not aware of who the supervisors were or who I should be talking to, and making sure that whenever the legislation does get passed, that it gets funded as well, to make sure that we have sole coaches. That is highly essential to making sure that this process works, and that it's not just another permanency option on paperwork, but to make sure that there's actually people that have lived experience, that are overseeing the support that these youth need, and making sure that there's actual follow through. Oftentimes you have social workers and whatnot that go through these extensive trainings, but we still have youth to this day. Some Lex leaders that are still actively in care that are saying, my social worker doesn't do what she's supposed to do. I don't know who to talk to. I'm supposed to be receiving this. I'm not getting that. I aged out without this. I didn't have that. And that's great that we're stepping in the right direction, but there is still a lot more work that needs to be done. And to keep, like I said, keep those open lines of communication, get that continuous insight from youth in care, from youth that aged out of care. Don't just send them a paper survey and say, hey, what was your time like in care? Like, no, actually sit down and have a conversation with them, because a lot of the things that we normalize or we believe that we should have gone through, or that that's the way it's supposed to be, is not how it's supposed to be.
Yes.
And just one final thought. Before a youth comes into care, make a genuine effort to contact not just the relatives, but any trusted adults, and actually look into building on those connections prior to when they're entering in care. There's no reason why a youth enters care and their auntie or uncle that lives right down the street, or a well-trusted neighbor, or anybody who actually could have better supported that youth, even if they were still going into care, or whatever may happen to them, that they could not have had some type of connection or follow through with them, or to be able to have some type of visitation with them. There's no reason for that. And that was just my experience, and just some of the things that I've heard from other foster youth in and out of care at this time, that you're still facing a lot of those issues. So that's all. Thank you.
Appreciate your passion. Kenji, I saw you come off. Did you want to comment or add anything before we go to our next panel?
Yes, I just wanted to add that, like I said, since being with the collaborative, there's been something awakened inside of myself, you know what I'm saying, that the collaborative helps with. And it's I guess it's just the family environment that's there. The facilitators, Mr. Chester and Miss Vera Johnson, and even the guys from the QFT, they're very open, and you know what I'm saying, it's a place where us as men, we don't have a place or a platform to really express ourselves and talk about things that go on with us as fathers, as much as, you know what I'm saying, as women would, or as, you know what I'm saying, just anyone else, you know what I'm saying, especially us being men. They expect us to be that stand-up man that just has no problem and everything just bounces off of us. But the group allows us to really be vulnerable at those times when we need to be vulnerable, and allows us to talk to each other, and we have so much respect for each other. And I've never been in a group of men of this number and a caliber of men that we have, because we don't have any arguing, we don't have any disagreements. You know what I'm saying? I've been in a numerous amount of the classes now, and it's always the same feeling. Even with new people coming into the class, they're open with welcome arms, you know, and like I said, sometimes the class, it even gets off of the topic of what we have, because there may be a person who really has something going on in their life that they want to get off their chest, and we'll focus on that. Guys like Demetrius Butler.
Can I ask a quick follow-up? How is success measured in these classes, or as you're going to the collaborative? Like, are they setting benchmarks and goals with you and checking in to see if you meet them? How is success defined?
Actually, it's kind of like a almost a self-checked thing, whereas them being there and helping us to see the places where we may have overlooked things as a parent, or may have not looked at them as openly as we have. We notice that within each other, each class, and we can see that there's a difference in each person. You know what I'm saying? Each person has you can tell that they're growing as a parent. And especially, like I said, with this father, with the QFT, because the fathers group is something that is greatly needed. I think is greatly needed. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that the other groups aren't, but the fathers group I think is greatly needed, like I said, because men don't have a platform to speak on. And like I said, with this one, you can see it in each and every person, even the facilitators have learning experiences and things that they experience from us, you know what I'm saying, coming in to participating in the class. We're learning from each other. We're learning from each other's experiences. And we you know what I'm saying, and we help, and when we see the growth in another person, we promote it, and when we also speak on it so that it's not thrown behind us, so that it's not ignored or seem like it's no good, you know.
Got it. Well, thank you for that testimony. And I'm going to give you the final word, Ms. Vines.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. I was really itching to add to what Mr. Collins was saying when you asked about how we, gauge those results. And I will say that underneath the community based child abuse prevention CBCAP program, that it's a curriculum based, evidence based, especially nurturing parenting program, and that they're mandated a certain amount of seat hours to be considered completed with the lesson activities and curriculum that is facilitated. And that we gauge that through our protective factor surveys that we have communication with through CFSA alongside our internal database team that help us record and track their progress. And those tend to gauge how they perceived and what results they received from the program.
Got it. And we have that noted. I want to
Thank
thank you all for your testimony. And we're going to transition to, I believe, our final panel for today's oversight hearing. But thank you again.
Thank you.
Olivia Thomas, again, if you can accept the invite, we'll make sure that we promote you. Renee Addison, Marsha Seawright, Jesse Redmond, Lakeisha Bush, Charmaine Bloomfield, Erica Harkins, Tamika Galloway, and Yvonne Hargrove. As you see the invite coming from my team, if you accept, we'll promote you. Hi, Olivia, give us 1 second and we'll get started. And essentially anybody else that's in the waiting room, I'm going to ask my team if they're on the invite list that you upload them, as this will be our final panel for today's hearing. And with that, while they upload people, Olivia, you may give your testimony.
Okay, hi. Do you guys still see me or no?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, I said that because my stuff is in my notes. I apologize. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today during CFSA's performance oversight hearing. My name is Olivia Thomas, and I am a LEX leader. Over the past year, one of the most urgent and ongoing issues we continue seeing is the youth aging out with foster care without the stable, lifelong support they need to successfully transition into adulthood. Despite efforts across the system, too many young people leave care without permanent connections to trusted adults who can provide emotional, practical, and long term support. This reality underscores why the SOL legislation is not just important, but urgently needed to improve outcomes for youth and care. I want to recognize and thank CFSA for its partnership with Lex in drafting the SOL legislation. This collaboration reflects a shared commitment to centering youth voice, prioritizing permanency beyond placement, and reimagining how we support young people as they move toward adulthood. CFSA's continued preparation for implementation demonstrates forward thinking, leadership, and a willingness to engage in meaningful system change. Over the past year, I've been actively involved in at, advancing the SOAP framework by supporting youth in identifying trusted adults, strengthening national support networks, and helping to normalize permanency as a lifelong goal rather than a time limited placement. This work has reinforced the importance of formalizing SOAP as policy so that these practices are consistent, sustainable, and accessible to all youth in care. I want to sincerely thank Councilmember Parker and the committee for taking that important step toward improvising permanency outcomes for district youth and holding time for markup, and look forward to the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee holding their markup in February. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now move to our next witness, and I believe it is Renee Addison. And then Lex Bollard, I will come to you next. Renee Addison is next. And Renee, if you're speaking, you're on mute. All right.
Hello.
Lex.
Hello.
Yes. Yes. Hi.
Hello.
You may give your testimony.
Okay. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I'm new to this one too. This one was a little different than the other one. I'm sorry. You can come back to me. I'm trying to
Okay.
get my
We'll come
computer.
back. I see Lex just came on the screen, so why don't we go to Lex Bollard and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
You may give your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and the members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Lex Ballard. I serve as the Director of Youth and Family Support Services for Horton's Kids, and I'm here today in support of continued investment in family-based prevention programming through CFSA's Community-Based Child Abuse Prevention, or CBCAP funding. Since 1989, Horton's Kids has been a trusted, supportive presence for children and families in Anacostia. Alongside our youth programming, we provide family-centered supports designated to strengthen protective factors, reduce risks, and promote long-term stability. One of our, one example is our Community Caregivers Collective, fondly referred to as CCC, a relationship-based program that builds leadership, resilience, and community connection among caregivers. Funded by CFSA, CCC trains caregivers through evidence-based programming to become advocates and leaders who promote safe, nurturing environments for children. Over the past year, we facilitated 3 CCC cohorts focused on child abuse and neglect prevention, and caregivers engaged in topics including trauma-informed care, restorative parenting, communication, positive discipline, and through peer dialogue, share learning experiences, principles, and gain tools to address real-time challenges at home. The program exceeds its initial goal of serving 30 caregivers, graduating 38 in its first year, demonstrating strong community demand and meaningful impact. The CCC participants report significant growth in parenting practices, family relationships, leadership, and capacity. Caregivers describe increased empathy and a stronger ability to respond to their children's behavior through a trauma-informed lens. Many are using de-escalation and active listening strategies, strengthening relationships across generations as we serve pre-K to 12 for our kids and have a full wraparound service for families as well. I'll stop there and submit the rest.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go to Yvonne Hargrove.
Yes, how you doing? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. My name's Yvonne Hargrove, and I'm a Ward 8 resident and a member of the Bellevue Family Success Center Community Advisory Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The benefits of the Family Success Center. Oh, I'm so sorry. Of the benefits of the Family Success Center. Sorry, guys, I'm really nervous. The Bellevue Family Success Center meets monthly. We discuss issues in the Bellevue community. They've developed programs based on the community needs. They've provided trainings that help me excel in my work environment and my home environment. With other community partners, and they help connect families to resources that we desperately need. There are also resources available through our community, through the Community of Hope, that address the needs of residents, including connections to housing resources, referral, medical care, family supports, like the parent support group that we offer. The resources offered by the Bellevue Family Success Center have been a benefit to the residents of Bellevue, including myself and my family, because the programs are created with a direct input from actual community members like myself. The Bellevue Family Success Specialists. I'm sorry. I love the Bellevue Family Success Center is what I'm saying. And they helped me usher into my Phoenix parent era. Like they've helped me so much. I can't even put it into words, what they've put into me, what they poured into me and my family.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes speaking from the heart better than reading. So thank you for your Renee, I wanted to come back. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You may give your testimony. And Renee, if you are speaking, you're still on mute. Renee, if you can hear me, you're still on mute.
Okay, there you go. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Now I can
I'm
hear you.
so sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the committee and the Youth Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experience. My name is Renee Addison. I'm a lifelong resident of the community of Anacostia, a parent of 5 children and a participant of the Community Caregiver Collective, which is the CCC at Horton Kids. I have lived in this community most of my entire life, have been connected with Horton Kids for more than 5 years. I joined the Community Caregiver Collective because I wanted to support the tools better care for my children, particularly my queer children and nieces and nephews around me, in a world that can be often feel unsafe and unwelcoming. Through CCC, I gained a deeper understanding of affirmation, identity, and what it truly means to create a home where my children feel seen, protected, and unconditionally supported. The program helped me understand how to affirm that who my children are while also maintaining a clear, healthy boundaries that promote safety, accountability, and respect. CCC gave me the strategies to navigate difficult conversations and more confidence and clarity. I learned how to advocate for my children in schools and other systems and how to stand firm in my role as their protector while still making space for open communication and growth. One of the most powerful lessons for me was learning how to learn on community. CCC helped me see that I do not have to parent alone, connecting with caregivers, sharing experiences, and learning together showed me the strength of collective care. Because of the support, I feel less overwhelmed. It's more that I will, because I know I'm out of town. I mean, out of time, I will send it to you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. And last public witness today, I believe, is Tamika Galloway. And Tamika, oh, there you go.
Oh, there I go. Greetings, everyone. And I want to say thank you for allowing me to be here to express my gratitude being a uh, citizen of the Washington, D.C. area. Well, I am a grandmother. I'm a mother of five. I am a grandmother. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. I am a mother of five. I'm a grandmother of six. I recently connected with the within the last 4 years with the Bellevue Family Success Center when my daughter passed away suddenly from diabetes. I have gained custody. I've gained custody of my 5-year-old grandson, which really like changed my whole life forever. So when it first happened, I went to the Family Success Center. I was just walking past and I went into the building and I connected with the Family Success Center. But during the time that I connected with the Family Health Center, I have really become more of a social person. I've learned to communicate more. I've learned to come out my shell from being isolated. Well, the Bellevue Family Success Center has truly been a blessing to my family, just as well as other families and the community during the time that we really need the Success Center. During this time when we needed, they have given guidance, support, and stability to the most, for the most. From the moment we connect with the center, me and my grandson and my family were met with compassion, understanding, and genuinely care. The staff took the time to listen to our concerns and help us assess valuable resources that strengthen us as a family, as a whole, and a community. Through the programs that the Bellevue Family Success Center has and the support services, my family gained tools, just as well as other families, that helped us navigate through challenges, improve communications, and build confidence in our ability to move forward in our everyday life. Whether it was emotional support, referrals, parenting guidings, or simply just having a safe place and welcoming place to turn to in time of need. Um, I really feel like this is a service that really is needed due to society and due to the way that our community is in need of this support system. And not just that support system, all the support systems that and all the agencies that we know we can come together and realizing that, hey, we need these services. And you all understand that these services are very important to families like myself, just as well as other families. And I do believe the structure of the centers, the structure of the agencies is really what's helping us gain the tools that we need to really like navigate through everyday life. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. I want to say thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak and to say thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Galloway, I'm going to start with you, and I'll just rapid fire questions for our remaining panelists. Thank you for sharing your testimony, which is touching in many ways. Uh, are you receiving, by any chance, the grandparent subsidy program via CFSA? I know you're testifying about collaboratives. But as you know, my committee is focused on how do we enhance that program, and if so, like what has been the experience for you? And if not, what supports, if any, are you receiving from CFSA in taking care of your grandson?
Well, the supports that I receive from CSA, yes, I'm a part of the Grandparenting Kinship Program, which I find is an amazing program. And I find it that is very resourceful, is very helpful to myself and to other families. I've been to many events that they have sponsored through the CFCA, and it's been a blessing to me and my family. And those are the only services that I receive, from the city that I can really relate, really get involved with. I've reached out to other agencies where it's a waiting list, or you have to wait, or no one reaches out. So I think with the communication, as far as the agencies has to get better and reaching out to families, families that's in these type of situations or have these, barriers with the families, that we are able to say, hey, we can need maybe a case manager, or hey, I'm having a problem, work just that 9 to 5, but it should be a like 24-hour resource that we can go to in times of need, not just for, just because we need that service. It might be that particular day, hey, I might need somebody to talk to, or we might need someone to come out and assess the home, or may sit with us, or just to navigate through that time of need. So the answer to your question is, it's been a journey. It's been grateful. Yes, I am connected to grandparenting program, and no, I'm not connected to any other agency because the information doesn't get out. And if we do get the information, it's, oh well, you got to be waited on, or you got to call back, or someone and get back to you, and it never happens. So we tend to fall between the gaps when it's no one staying, no one being consistency to say, hey, let me call this parent, let me call this family, let me call this agency, let me follow up. So that's where I'm at.
Is doing a good job of providing you support as a grandparent and offering you programs internally. But as it relates to resources across government or across the city, there's a lack of information there. Is that fair?
Absolutely. That's absolutely true. Yes, a lack of information. Because
Okay.
when it gets, because if we don't know about the resources, how can we reach out if we don't know about the programs, or if we don't know about how to navigate, or who do we connect to if we don't know where to go?
Understood. Understood. That's super helpful. Ms. Ballard, I wanted to come to you. What further supports can the committee provide to organizations like Horton's Kids? Are there other programs that need support within your organization?
That's a really good question. I think after going through a year with the CPCAP program, we're really impressed with the support that we've gotten thus far, especially from Erica Hall. She's been super responsive and really helpful in our kind of innovative approach to our evidence-based programming. Excuse me, I have a cold. We do have some additional like programming that could use some more support, especially things like we have, what is it? Bi-weekly resource roundtables that can always use more information to connect our parents to additional and community members to additional resources. Of course, funding is always impactful. Increased funding means seeing more families and giving more resources. Lately, there's been a huge influx in folks who need additional support for food. So we give out monthly food bags, hygiene bags, and cleaning products bags. And folks have been needing more than what we generally allocate for. And so we've been having to reach out for in-kind donations to try to meet the gap.
Thank you for that. That is helpful. And then, Ms. Hargrove, I wanted to come to you. What supports can the council, the committee provide to our family success centers and collaboratives, given the critical work that they're doing, as you testified about?
I think, oh, I'm sorry, my camera's not on. I think just the continued financial support so that they can have those programs and so that they can continue with the important trainings because the Bellevue Family Success Center the center and their specialists, they helped me realize that's what I'm supposed to be doing. Like I need to be out here helping families. I'm actually in a training right now to do that. And so I just think it, just the continued financial support so that they could get these programs out, continue for us to have the ongoing programs like 5 protective factors, like effective Black parenting. Like I was in there, I found out things that I had no idea about as a parent. Like just your ACE scores and just small little things that had I known could have, possibly switched up the trajectory of stuff. But now that I know it now, I definitely implement a lot of that stuff. Like I just they are just like a well of knowledge, like a well of support. You know,
No, thank you. I think that's a powerful point to end on. I'm a big fan of our collaboratives and our family success centers. And what has stood out to me today and the testimonies that we've heard is that they are standing in the gap in many ways. And what for programs that are falling short, for resources that aren't long enough, for families who are living on the margins or in desperate need of that support. Ms. Baller, you wanted to jump in.
Thank you. As the last person was speaking, I think I remembered one of the things that we're trying to implement more for our families that is super preventative, but also can be really transformative if done correctly is somatics practicing and like more restorative justice training. I think a lot of the trauma that we aren't allowed to talk about or haven't been able to process can be processed in ways that isn't verbal and doesn't have to re-traumatize a person. So thinking about how that can be implemented on a larger scale and how the city can invest more in some of those practitioners, specifically Black and Brown practitioners, could be helpful.
Thank you for that. Thank you. And I want to thank you all for your testimony. I would say if you have not yet submitted your written testimony, if you could please do so so that we can keep it on file and record and follow up. And that goes for everyone who's testified today. That is going to conclude today's performance oversight hearing with public witnesses for the Child and Family Services Agency as well as the Office of the Ombudsperson. And we will follow up next week with a conversation with the director of CFSA as well as the director or our ombudsperson. The time is now 4:42 p.m. and I am going to adjourn today's oversight hearing. Thank you all for tuning in, and I look forward to sharing more information with you all soon.